And hello everyone, welcome to the Awesome Brawl Weekly. It is the third week already. We are halfway through these weekly qualifiers. I am Edster, and with me is my beautiful friend Devon.
Well, I wouldn't say beautiful, but it's nice to be your friend. And yes, Awesome Brawl Weekly, Week 3.
This is an exciting tournament. It's a very good tournament. It's very well run, and we are looking to cast some of the games from yesterday's bracket. But before we look at yesterday's bracket, we should perhaps take a look at the bracket from the previous week, where Mature Dads were able to beat Full Monty in the finals 2-0, and to take the win there. That was quite an interesting bracket actually. I managed to cast a few games, but I didn't actually see the final.
It's actually pretty intense, I have to say. I've been impressed by the teams consistently each week. It's been really close, and there's been a lot of back and forth. So anyone can win this tournament, and it's going to be interesting to see who wins this week.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of upsets, but I guess we should also take a look at the point standings from last week before we get into the main meat of it. And we have Full Monty at the top with 54 points, followed by Mature Dads at 48, and then you can see the rest of the teams there, but what are they really playing for, Devmon?
Well, they're playing for a lot of prizes, actually. So you have the opportunity to donate to the prize pool as it grows, but currently as it stands, I believe if you win the weekly prize, you get a free skin of your choice, and if you win the grand prize, well, that's more than $3,000 worth in games and game codes on Steam, and there's some really awesome ones on there, like Grand Theft Auto 5, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and big thanks to Rodo, Vmar, Mr. Pillow, and Ronimo Games for providing these prizes. So, I think we should get into the first game of this weekly. Devmon, who have we got in this game?
Well, we're going to start off with a nice match against, Knockout versus What a Hero, and the map is Egulon. In terms of... Oh,
no, go on, you take us through the draft.
Alright. I was about to say, would you like to go to the draft, but we'll like this. So, in terms of banned knots, Team Knockout has banned Leon and Coco, which from previous weeks have basically proven themselves to be very useful, especially some Coco plays last week, where Coco's able to ball away Clunks and everybody else from the friendly team. On the other side, the banned knots are Skoldeer and Frog, which pretty much go without any explanation because they're powerhouses. In terms of the picks, though, Knockout's picked up Genji, Clunk, and Swiggins, a very devastating initiation team. On the other side, we have Scoop, Ayla, and Rocco with a ton of DPS. What do you think, Edster?
Well, I mean, both teams are going kind of all out. You've got some super powerful noughts in both these drafts. So you've got Genji, Clunk, Swiggins, which I believe we've seen other teams use this. You get the Cocoon, and then you charge up the Explode, and then just in case they were ever thinking of getting away without the Explode killing them, you've got the Anchor for the stun and the tether to just lock them down. So if they get a Cocoon, it's basically a guaranteed kill as long as there's team support around. But if you look at What a Hero's comp, again, very powerful. You've got Scoop, Ayla, and Rocco, three of the most powerful noughts in the game right now, and all reasonably good at countering the enemy. Because if Knockout commit too hard to the initiate on the Cocoon, What a Hero can come in with a hammer and with the Ayla and really clean up. Knockout they need to be really careful about how they use their Explode, because that's going to be on Clunk, because that's going to be how they deter What a Hero from just going in uncontested.
I think that's a solid explanation of it. Meanwhile, I guess we'll see what kind of CC upgrades are picked up and see what is actually built around the Genji, because Genji, with the recent changes to his Cocoon being a time freeze, is pretty devastating, so it might cause some of the cooldowns on the basically What a Hero's team to be well in check. So you might see more DPS builds and more auto attack builds just to compensate for that.
Yeah,
other than that,
I think we should probably just get into the game. I think everyone just wants to get going. I think we'll let the comps speak for themselves and see who comes out on top.
Right, well, with that, I can do the countdown if you'd like.
That sounds good.
Great, I'll go on mark. So, 3, 2, 1, mark. And they're off to the races for this first match of Awesome Brawl Weekly, Week 3.
On the red team, Knockout, we have Sixy playing the Swiggins, we have Genji being played by YOLO, we have Firen playing the Clunk, and then on the blue team, which we're looking at Scoop being played by Holly Q, Asdor on the Ayla, and Mr. Pillow playing the Rocco.
Hey, that's pretty good. We actually see Mr. Pillow pick up an extremely early piggy bank into both AoE and regen. Cocoon going out with the explode, Holy Q getting away with just a sliver of HP. That aggression on the team already, less than a minute into the match, and you have some really good plays on the red team.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing the blue team do have going for them is that was initiate onto the Scoop. Scoop is pretty much the only character with even the slightest chance of living through this, through that Genji Clunk combo, because he's just got the health and he's got the bindings to live. So ideally, Yellow wants to be getting the cocoons on anyone but the Scoop.
Oh, the cocoon, but the cocoon saves him from the explode. Holy Q's tethered, but the tether's not going to be enough to finish him off. That regen, combined with the changes to Swiggin's anchor, will allow him just to barely get away. Another close call for Holy Q.
Yeah, we're seeing Genji pick up the invis and teleport back to Boston upgrades. Genji's actually in a bit of trouble here. We've got Ayla going in, but he does manage to get away using that blessing to shield a lot of the damage. Meanwhile, we're just seeing kind of footsie notes, really. We haven't seen any kills yet. Both teams are just trying to jostle for position and see where the power standings really feel like and how far they feel like they can extend.
At the moment, we have some pretty regular upgrades, except for Clunk, who's actually piggy-banked into one stage of thermonuclear cleaner, looking to get as much damage as possible. Probably a little bit frustrated from Holy Q escaping with just a sliver of HP, and that little extra damage will explode probably will guarantee the next kill. We see here that, and the blue team's going to be able to counter-initiate on that, so red team, as said before, it's going to have to be very careful how they initiate, and blue team's going to have to counter-initiate, I believe, in almost all the cases.
One thing that's very important for the blue team is Mr. Pillow, because Mr. Pillow is basically what they have when they're not in a team fight. He's going to be poking, he's going to be clearing, he's going to be doing everything, whilst the Scoop and the Ayla really just kind of twiddling their thumbs until a team fight is committed to, and then they can go in with their abilities and be devastating. But Pillow's the kind of the neutral player for the blue team here.
You see here that the turret being attacked on top, lots of poke, and the red team applies their pressure very well. They're able to basically maximize the droid damage and try to get the tower damage as much as possible. Holy Q's going to go in, Ayla's going to go in a little bit, but not commit. It's a little bit dangerous to try to commit onto a Clunk, as well as the team with such CC. Ayla can, but she needs the team support, which Scoop will bring, and probably get exploded on. We have Holy Q gaining all that damage on, not enough HP to survive that burst, thanks to all the damage upgrades that Clunk has at the moment. But it doesn't matter for Clunk, because he's going to get picked off by Ayla, and Ayla's going to get picked off by Swiggins, leaving Mr. Pillow by himself to defend against both Swiggins and Genji. However, with his AoE arrows, he may be able to do so.
Yeah, I think this might seem to be a pattern. The red team need to be really careful about fully committing to killing the Scoop, because if they use everything on killing the Scoop, then they have nothing to deal with Ayla and Rocco, who are immensely good at chasing you down when you have nothing to kind of burst them back in the face. So if the red team keep initiating on the Scoop, I kind of fear for them. So Holy Q is doing the right thing by just pushing forward and tanking the cocoon for his team.
I would say so. Perhaps some early regen or some early health upgrades might help him in the long run. You see here, Ayla's going to go in and manage to avoid the explode. Clunk goes off. The cocoon's just off in that Scoop. Not going to do much. Unfortunately, the cocoon to explode combo doesn't quite land, and blue team's going to be able to run back and basically recuperate. If red team can't land that combo, they're missing out on basically all their damage, and they're going to have to basically play it safe. Otherwise, the blue team's going to have the advantage, because Ayla can be a monster and DPS them, while Rocco can actually DPS later. Right now he doesn't have Vengeance, but when he does get Vengeance, he'll be able to hold down the Clunk so much better.
We're seeing Genji pick up Moon Knight probably to just stop the poke coming out from Rocco being too much of an issue. If they can stay at full health, they can really start pressuring towers. Oh, Ayla's invis, but the tether misses. If that had hit, that was almost certainly a dead Ayla.
You see here that the red team is trying to get as aggressive as possible. They're sticking together and looking to push that top tower. Clunk's going to go for the explode, managed to miss it. Just barely the cocoon. Clunk's to go down to Ayla, and Ayla's going to be able to take the health creeps to get back to full HP for slower crab burgers as well. Blue team's going to turn it around, and even with the cocoon up, not really going to be able to do much. Without that Clunk there goes a huge part of the red team. That's basically one of the backbones of the team.
Yeah, the Clunk is their damage in the team fight. It's also the way they stop the blue team going in, as I mentioned earlier, and the blue team they have the map pressure to do it right now. Swiggins has some burst, but if you're full HP, it's not really a threat.
And furthermore, if they can destroy Swiggin's anchor, he can't really apply that burst, so the blue team is really good at poking them as much as possible through AoE arrows, through the eye, even through like a good old hammer. They may be able to stop Swiggin's extra damage from going on. In terms of upgrades being picked up, I might have to wait for just a second. We have the tether going off from Mr. Pillow. Not going to do much because they're able to destroy the anchor before anything becomes an issue. Good arrow on the bottom.
The Scoop did manage to get the invis, so they might try and look for something here. Like the Swiggin, the Scoop is coming in from behind. He's going to go for the hammer. The hammer misses him, unfortunately for the blue team. And now Red team are looking to go back in. They've got the cocoon. He's too early on the explode again from Fleur, and he picked up the universal charger, and he seems to be mistiming that a little bit. A hammer coming in from Scoop, and again, kind of retreating into a relatively even state as both teams have used their abilities and they're backing off now.
See that the red team's applying as much pressure as possible with their upgrades. Ayla's going for your standard damage. Actually, Scoop has picked up the heal on the hammer, looking to capitalize on the fact that the red team's going to be sticking together so much. The extra heals for hitting each extra target can really make a difference for Scoop, as we actually did see in early game.
Yeah, especially when he's the one who wants to be initiated on, so he wants to get initiated on and have the entire red team pile on top of him, and then hit the hammer and use the bindings to just gain all that health back, and then let the Rocco and the Ayla go in.
In terms of upgrades, do you think there are any upgrades that would be key to either the blue team or the red team's success?
AoE on Swiggin's Rocco, that's going to be very important. But the Swiggins is actually going to go down. They tried to initiate again, but they just didn't have enough damage, and now that's going to be a wipeout actually.
Wow!
All three Nords from the red team just got picked off by being a little bit too far alone, and then once again committed that explode a bit too early and didn't manage to get the kills. And then there's nothing to stop the blue team just going in and getting kills. Like, there's just nothing to stop them. You have the Swiggins and the Genji's AA, and maybe Swiggins has an anchor every now and then, but there's the explode is the threat that keeps the blue team away. If that's gone, then blue team can really pressure quite hard.
Speaking of crashing right hard, you see the red team's HP? Quite low actually. They're less than half, both of them. You had Ayla on top poking with the basically 100%. Oh no, I have to wait. Sunstone for the explode. And Coon, holy Q with barely any HP, getting picked off, and he's going to be able to run behind the tower thanks to the HP on Hammer. However, Clunk is not going to be able to counter-initiate because he is far too slow, and he's going to be picked up by Ayla, who is going to punish him for all his mistakes very greatly. Ayla's picking up a early stage of pills, looking for some sustainability for that fight, and to get in there as much as possible. Meanwhile, Swiggins has got himself some barrier magazines. We have Genji with the extra damage on Cocoon, and some lifesteal, and Rocco is building lots of auto attack damage, and finally Vengeance, so we can see some Vengeance plays coming out.
Yeah, we're seeing a cooldown hammer on the Scoop. I'm not quite sure what he's really going for that. Maybe going for a bit of poke, but it doesn't seem to fit the idea of him tanking in the one moment when the red team are going in, so I'm not quite sure what the cooldown is meant for.
If I had to venture a guess, it would be to apply as much pressure of the hammer as possible. It is nice to snare them, and getting the extra snare duration would be impressive, but having more hammers out more frequently means more snares, as well as more HP overall. Ayla getting really aggressive in here, the tether's going to hold her down, she's going to juke out of that way, and Clunk is actually going to not really do much with the explode. Clunk's going to be forced to defend, and Ayla's with the invisibility in a really good position to follow up on top of his rest of his team right here. Precision shot does lots of poke damage, and Ayla's going in, managed to pick up the Swiggins.
Yeah, that was a really nice pickup. He saw that Swiggins was half, and Ayla was invis quite low herself actually, but she managed to kill the Swiggins before the Swiggins could react, and that was a very nice pickup on Asgore. I would actually quite like to see maybe cooldown explode being picked up by this Clunk, because it would just allow the red team to go in a little bit more and not be so afraid after they've used their initiate. Because at the moment they're initiating and then having to run away, they can't really take advantage even if they get a kill at this point.
I would have to agree there, especially since Clunk's cooldown upgrade in this explode is pretty substantial, if I recall correctly.
5 seconds on
5 seconds.
14-second upgrade, 14-second cooldown or something? It's
13 and a half, I believe, so 8.5 second cooldown explodes on something that you can do consistently and very powerfully, especially with that Screamer engine coming out for the snare bites. That would be incredibly powerful and very good for their team if they can do that.
Absolutely. We're seeing Scoop picking up the invis, and the blue team, they really have a terrifying team fight at this point with the Scoop and the Ayla, and they might try and do something here with this Scoop. I think Scoop asking for help, but they're just going to fire arrows. I'm not quite sure they're going to get the initiate they want. No, red team's playing passive, they knew there was someone invis, and it was right to do so. We're going to see a nice initiate here from this Clunk. That was a beautiful rise, and the Swiggins initiate as well. And then they're going to get the initiate, the anchor, sorry, the Cocoon onto the Scoop. and then they're going to keep pressuring, and this is where the red team need to use that Moon Knight to stay at full health and take this tower, and then rotate bottom to push that as well.
You see here that blue top turret is also going to go down. Blue team is actually going to be possibly losing a second one if they can't get to the bottom in time. Holy Q's going to get cocooned as he's using his findings. Findings still going to go up, and the explode goes off, and Holy Q just barely managing to avoid the kill. You have Ayla just picking up the kill on Swiggins with her DPS, and the rest of the red team's going to be forced to go back, using Moon Nectar to both heal Genji and also the Clunk. Ayla's going to get really aggressive though and get right in the face because they want that bottom turret as much as possible. That's going to open up the jungle and allow them to do a whole bunch of crazy things and basically control the map as much as possible. Clunk
with the ranged AA being picked up on the Rocco, I'd imagine that tower will go down. There's not really that much a Clunk on his own when he's half health can do to stop this Rocco just pushing the tower.
Like
the tower's going to go down here.
Oh, definitely. There we go. It was only a matter of a second or two. Red team's going to get up and try to get in there pretty soon, I would imagine. They need to counteract the team, and Scoop's going to go back, so if they saw that, they'd take as much pressure as possible to basically put them.
They definitely saw that. Clunk definitely saw that. Halo communicated that, and now the red team should really look to be pushing forward here. Swiggins picking up health and anchor. That stage is really going to help because it's going to secure that player down, especially if it's an Ayla or the Scoop with the the bindings kind of residually killing the anchor by accident. If they can keep the anchor up for a little bit longer, then it means someone's tethered and it's going to take a few more AA hits and probably make the difference between a kill or not a kill.
I could read there. In addition, the anchor HP is useful for... Oh, Yolo's getting picked up by Ayla. Managed to get out with just a sliver of HP, thanks to the health kits from Moon Nectar as well as the creep. Okay, in regards to Anchor HP is not only useful for holding down people, but also pushing towers, so if you can throw it out of a tower, get to tank the turret bullets, you can really do a lot. Clunk exploding to the floor, managing to pick up a lot of damage on those droids, doing a lot of work, and actually helping defend that turret. You can see the blue team's not in a very good position to go in, and they're going to have to back off. The Vengeance really holding them back and allowing Rocco to basically do what he wants to do.
Yeah, that was, even though it looked sloppy, that was actually the right move from the knockout, because they needed to... Oh, never mind, Swiggins getting picked off by the Ayla. But that kind of fight back there, they need to just take the pressure off the tower and kind of just get them away, which is why they kind of used their abilities in kind of scattered ways and just forced them back without actually managing to get the kills. Because I think if they did commit to getting the kills, the Ayla and the Rocco might have been able to commit hard and kill them and get even more snowball, which is not what they wanted.
Oh, definitely. Well, you can see here the Halberd of Justice is being picked up from Scoop, so if any of the red team dies, Scoop's going to go basically back up to full HP off that 50% increase. Ayla going in aggressively. Clunk unfortunately not able to do much besides the Suicide Explode. It's going to leave Ayla in a really low position, but unfortunately the red team's going to have to defend without him, which again, as said before, is a huge problem for them.
Yeah, it's becoming increasingly difficult for Knockout because now they're kind of running out of space. They're being zoned out and they initiate, because that's pretty much the only way they can get a kill is if they get a perfect initiate on either the Rocco or the Ayla. I mean, the Scoop at this point is so tanky, there's almost no way you can kill it.
And he doesn't really bring much to the table right now. He's got Idol of the Ice Queen for damage, but other than that, just a little bit of CC, so it might be worthwhile to focus either the Rocco or the Ayla as much as possible. They do have Speed Blessing on Genji though, that might be able to get them in or out of situations that they may want to be in or not want to be in. Clunk with the frag shields for extra clear and AoE presence in team fights. Still looking for that cooldown explode because of his pressure, and might not see it. With the Blessing going in with speed, tether on the Holy Q, but not really going to result in much. Clunk's going to try to focus as much as possible to get in there with the explode. Oh, managed to pick up with the pillow.
Yeah, that was a nice explode, and Ayla's very low here, and the red team are pretty much entirely filled. They managed to get the cocoon onto the Scoop, and I think the Clunk explode is going to be on cooldown any second. No, the Scoop's a bit too agile, and he's going to manage to get away from the Clunk. But that's overall, red team really needs to be pressuring here, but Ayla and Scoop are waiting. They could potentially go in here, especially if Clunk uses explode, then Ayla's definitely just going to charge in and probably get one, maybe even two kills here. But the red team, they managed to find a space. They're pushing pretty hard right now. What a hero are moving in. And they're going to get away with that speed blessing. And give the invis to Clunk. This is... Red team, they're managing to find a space here, which is definitely what they need. If they can get a couple of kills off the back of this, they might be able to make a comeback. Especially
since that blue tower and bottom is quite low, and blue team's actually teleporting back at the moment. Although it may not be possible to see people, you can see the laser beam from when teleporting. Basically, that gives you a clear indication of when to push. So blue team's going to be pushed on right now, be taken advantage of, but they got to lane back to lane fast enough, so good for them. See, Scoops finished off this hammer with actually range. Not something I'd expect, but something still useful for both the extra damage and extra CC.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the range, they're probably going to start turning Scoop from kind of the tank of the... to tank the initiate from the red team and then start turning into his own initiate with a hammer. They can get that, throw in a precision shot on Ayla Evil Eye, then it's going to be a very nice initiate for the blue team.
We can see here that Klunk's building more of a missiles right now since he has his explode. Still looking for the cooldown explode, I think that would be quite useful. Swiggins is just bulking up, and Genji's focused on a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, Rocco's got those nicotine patches for extra shots, and they're looking to harass as much as possible, it seems. Ayla actually has the sonic listening devices marked up her own creeps in her jungle, allowing the blue team to recover HP really quickly, and basically getting Scoop up back to full HP, and, well, I guess a blink of the eye, you could say.
Yeah, Rocco's just pressuring really hard. He's got the ranged A, he's got the split shot. He's really got so much zoning and poke. Even though the Genji has Moon Nectar, it's going to be hard for the red team to stay at full HP.
Other than that, we can see
Rocco use Vengeance, yeah.
Not sure if that's the best play to use it, because we have a team fight breaking on top. Klunk looking to get in there and get aggressive, but is being poked down so much that he has to back off and respect them. That's one thing Klunk has to be wary of. Perhaps slow explode may have been a better option in this case.
But Klunk isn't there for the explode. That would have been a guaranteed kill on the Scoop there. If the Klunk was available, that would have been Swiggins anchoring in. And an easiest kill of Knockout's life to kill that Scoop there, which would have been pretty huge actually. Knockout really need to find some kills and get the momentum swinging the other way.
If they don't, you can see the top pair is pretty much going to be the one that goes out. Klunk looking to probably explode, but not quite. Not quite in the position he wants to be in, waiting for Swiggins to really get in there, or get the Cocoon get in there first to really guarantee the explode and make the most of his HP pool and his damage.
Something I'd really like to see on this Genji, I'd like to see this Genji pick up Bronco use, because a lot of the damage from the blue team is going to come out in the form of, you know, ticks. You've got Ayla, you've got Rocco, it's kind of small damage, and it's also going to allow them to basically tank the tower if they ever get kills, and that's going to be really important. I'm not sure what's... even the Spiritual Cooking is an amazing upgrade. I'm not sure how much good it's going to do for them here, because a lot of the damage from What a Hero is kind of continuous, and having that health doesn't actually help that much against poke damage.
That's exactly right. So, yes, Bronco is not an upgrade you see very often, but given the situation, I could highly recommend it as well. Perhaps in this case, given how much they're being pushed back, I know it sounds a little silly, but perhaps Polymorph might be a good option just to eliminate one of the dreads as quickly as possible and just get some push in their favor, because their top tower's moving down. Swiggins taking lots of damage. Oh, Swiggins, you need a team with you.
Bit off a bit more than you could chew there, but they're going to try and go in, but I don't think they have the Explode ready. If they had the Explode ready, that's 3 kills that Knockout could get there, but they just don't have it on cooldown. It's really a shame. Firen's been playing he's played a good Klunk, but he can't be everywhere at once with his abilities ready all the time, and What a Hero really capitalizing on the times when Knockout don't have their wombo combo ready.
That's kind of the risky play when you invest into one damage source. If that damage source can be focused on, like by a cooldown, or maybe it's a select DPS, you can play around that very easily. Although it's a very powerful combo that guarantees a ton of damage, if you can play around it, it often leaves you at a really weak spot that enemy team comps can really take advantage of, which is exactly what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, something else with this kind of map control is that because it's Agion, the blue team are going to have control of the invis, and red team really need the invis if they're going to try and find kills.
Here, that actually the Scoop invis lands a hammer but does not really have any follow-up. Pokes them for a little bit of damage, but they're just going to go back up to full HP. Ayla going in for
Ayla's going to go in now.
Oh, taken out by the missiles from Klunk and the explode. You hear that Klunk's actually going to get the bite off on the Scoop. Scoop manages to get a kill, and is back to full HP again. The Swiggins goes down, and Scoop's even more HP than he was before the fight.
Wow, that looked like such a good fight for Knockout, because they'd waited for the time when What a Hero had got a little bit impatient and initiated on them when they had Explode on cooldown, and they were able to kill the Ayla, but then they just got a little bit overzealous and tried to go for a few more kills, and what am I saying? Halberd of Justice is a very, very powerful upgrade. It just meant the greed from knockout was converted directly into Scoop gaining all of his health back.
Oh, definitely. You see, the red team's going to try to defend the top tower as much as possible, but that sliver HP means the blue team is just going to jump it. Yep, right now. See here that the blue team basically has control of the map right now and that invisibility, which is extremely bad for the red team. We see that in terms of builds, I suppose, Swiggins is trying to be a tank, and given how I guess everything has been going, I honestly think that if he picked up Kraken statue for some more CC, might have been a better play.
Yeah, Knockout are committed to this one combo. Even though it's not an ideal situation, they have to kind of go for it, because they can't out-brawl an Ayla and a Rocco at this point. They have to build for that one combo, and I wouldn't count Knockout out at this point, because they still can win if they get, 2-3 nice fights in a row. They can really turn the tables very quickly, but it's looking very difficult. It's looking unlikely that they're going to find that opportunity at this point.
Although if the blue team doesn't get together soon, that might be the opportunity that the red team needs to really take advantage of that. Speed blessing going out, not really resulting in anything. Hammer and Scoop means that the initiation's going out, but the Cocoon's going to deny that. Meanwhile, Clunks we go in with the explode, and we get a nice hit on Holy Q. Ayla's going to get out of there, but Flur's going to go down to the hammer from Holy Q.
Yeah, the explode with there, that was really unfortunate. And if Yola goes down here, I actually fear for Knockout staying in until they come back here. If they're not going base damage, this is definitely going to be tower.
Oh, I'd say that's easily tower, and that would guarantee themselves some easy core damage later on. So we see that tower just melting. Rocco just a ton of auto attack damage before, and Ayla does even more.
Yeah, they're just taking the time. They probably could have got a decent amount of base damage in there, but they decided to take the time, take the bottom tower, and just play it a bit safer.
Swiggins' anchor goes out and gets destroyed, means Swiggins cannot initiate for another 10 seconds, and a lot of the upgrades that he does have, including the stun and the AoE and the damage, aren't really going to be playing into fact right now. You see here that the blue team's really getting aggressive with Clunks being in a position where he's going to have to explode. He explodes and almost takes out Mr. Pillow, and leaves everybody else at low HP. Unfortunately, that means the Scoop's going to get his Halberd of Justice off, and he's back up to full HP again. That upgrade really working out for him.
Yeah, I think it's over.
I might be safe to say Swiggins unfortunately can't do much without his anchor.
He's looking to try and slide an anchor.
Oh, might be able to get a single kill.
Yeah, no, he wasn't quite able to finish off the Ayla. He just walked in. An extra 0.1 seconds saved there, but Knockout have been knocked out.
What a hero.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. It pretty much did come down to one team had a comp which was super reliant on a very powerful initiate, but the other one just had more map pressure and the ability to fight as soon as that combo was gone. They had so much follow-up, it was unreal.
And it's safe to say that when you put all your eggs in one basket, you better be prepared to make an omelet or two.
Yeah, that was a very mix of phrases there, but that was that game. It was very difficult for Knockout to win that game, and they weren't able to, unfortunately. Well, but fortunately for What a Hero, it does mean they managed to advance further in the tournament. So, we are gonna take a quick break now and come back to you with the next game, but before we go, you will probably want to look in the chat, because I believe there is going to be a giveaway. Pay attention to the chat for that. Demon, anything else to add?
Well, if you enjoyed seeing Rocco play, you're about to hear him talk as well. So in the next match, I believe we have Mr. Pillow joining us.
And see you later.
Hello everyone, I Soul Slow Wolf's intro. Welcome back to Awesome Brawl Weekly for the second match with myself, Devmon, and my friend here who was just in the last game.
Hi! I'm
That
Mr.
guy.
Hello everybody, how y'all doing?
It might take a second for them to respond, but hey, good to have you here, Mr. Billow.
Thank you. I did just get my butt carried last match, and after realizing how heavy of a teammate I was, they kicked me off the team, so I have nothing left to do now besides just cast instead of actually play, so I'm gonna have to keep going on. But I'm here regardless, trying to find out how I can contribute, and it looks like we have a pretty exciting match coming up, Devmon. We got Herald's Boys and Girls, the winner of Warzone Weekly, versus Get Juked.
I quite like that name, Get Juked. Good job, GJ, Get Juked. Yes, it's actually going to be an interesting match if I recall correctly. I have not seen it before, but I'm looking at the drafts right now, and they're quite interesting. Would you like to cover those, Mr. Pillow?
Alright, let's do it. On Herald's Boys and Girls, Team 1, they're going to be banning out Scolder, and in response, we're going to see Get Jude getting out the ban of Froggy G. Herald Boys and Girls is going to get that classic first pick of Leon, and Get Jude going to respond with Genji Scoop. Very incredibly powerful combo there. And then the second pick coming up from Herald's Boys and Girls is going to be Rauko. And then they are going to go ahead and ban out Isla, who makes sense, super good synergy with both Genji and Scoop. And in response, we're going to see the ban from Get Juke going to come out and be Coco. And the last pick on Herald's Boys and Girls is going to be Clunk, which I think is more of anything kind of a denial pick to Get Juke so that they can't pick Clunk for their last. And Get Juke is just going to go ahead and grab Ted. How do you feel about these comps, Devmon?
That last point you just made about Clunk being denial pick, I think that's pretty much spot on. We saw with the last game, although it didn't work for Knockout, they had They had Genji Clunk, and that can be very devastating. It's a great combo if it can be pulled off well and consistently. In terms of actual combat that's going to happen, I see that the red team's probably going to have a lot of advantage in terms of their auto attacks, and blue team, which is the Clunk team, is going to have to be focused on killing as much as possible. So we'll have to see how each team plays out with these incredibly powerful knots.
One thing that Get Juke did in their draft that I think is a really underrated tactic that you don't see really fully utilized. Okay, so Leon, Genji, Scoop. We actually see all three of them in this map, or in this match, and those are kind of the S tiers at the moment. You know what I mean? Those are always first picks, first bans. Like you usually see what happens is 2 out of those 3 are banned, and then Team 1 gets the remainder. And something that Team 2s can do, since they have that double pick, whenever the opportunity arises for them, whenever you see Team 1 ban out something that's basically not one of that kind of trifecta, in this situation you see our boys and girls ban out the Scolder, then the scenario, the opportunity arises for Get Juked. They can basically intentionally not ban one of the better knots and guarantee themselves 2 of them. Because after they ban Froggy G there, and I think this is their logic, they basically know, Herald's boys and girls, okay, they get to pick any one of the 3 they want, but then Get Juke gets the remaining 2. And Leon, Genji, Scoop are all such powerful knots. You know, they're not all deciding, but they are just pretty much knots you should always be trying to grab. And after letting Leon be the pick 1, they're say, okay, hey, we get the remaining 2. And I'm pretty sure, for example, if Herald boys and girls had picked Genji, that they would have just gone Leon, Scoop. If they had picked Scoop, they would have just gone Leon, Genji. And that just let them get an extremely powerful comp right off the bat by being able to see the draft several steps in advance.
Right, with that out of the way, would you like to get into the match and see how it plays out?
Absolutely, let's do it, my dude.
Right, I can do the countdown for you. 9-second mark.
Okay.
9 is standard.
Alright, I'm at 9.
Okay, then we shall begin. So, 3, 2, 1, mark. And they're off to the races. Any expectations for early purchases?
We should see some standard abilities coming out. I want to see a piggy bank into silence coming out for the Leon. Just because like Genji help lock him down. We see Ted actually getting his abilities as spitting the Tetris. Anyways, let's talk about the players. You got Tempest playing your Genji. You have Scoop being played by your Body Hunter PT and Edster on his classic Ted. And on the blue team, you have big fight already coming out. We'll have to resume. Literally, the Exploder was going to come out on Edster, but he got cocooned. But the Leon is still going to be enough to go ahead and pick up the first blood and a clean 1-for-0. Less than a minute into the game. That was very, very savage. Anyways, let me finish introducing that. That's Paulo on your Clunk. Shiz being on Rocco. You got Lynn Duello playing Leon. The whole Paulo family. He's got his brother and his fiance. And that's just adorable. Maybe now these guys
really
actually
nice.
killed. Yeah, they chilled enough for a few seconds to actually let me finish playing everyone. These guys are so impressive. How do you think the second kill is gonna go down, dude?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because either team could kill with the team comps. I'm expecting either Genji could get into something big, or even something like I don't know, probably like a Leon tongue pulled into a tower. We can see that Edster has Ted grenades. Oh, those Ted grenades, he talks about them a lot, and for a good reason. They will be doing a lot of work, and not only just doing extra damage, but denying Leon a lot of area to move. If he triggers one of the explosions, they will see him coming. They will know he's there, so they can back off. And it's really good for the invisibility on the map as well. So I think that's a solid upgrade they has right there.
Indeed. And that's a good example right there of where I think silence would have come into play. And then Dweller just tongued Genji there. He didn't have that silence, and he just used Monarch Blessing, and they kind of realized there wasn't much follow-up. Like, imagine if the whole team's there, and he gets that tongue, and he doesn't have the disengagement. There's the Explode coming out there, and the Monarch Blessing is going to be the good counter-initiation needed to allow them to stay in the fight long enough to chip down at Apollo and get him out to bring in kills back 1-to-1. And it's just really, you want... They have some counters to Genji right now, and they really just need to utilize those, you know. And if they don't, then I think they can be very costly right there.
I have to say, I'm going to be very curious to see how the Genji builds. Oh, speaking of which, piggy bank into spiritual cooking. Extra HP on their team. They want to avoid being killed by Clunk as much as possible, and probably the Leon burst. So they've got a really good, solid build for the early game. Probably going to be able to take advantage of that. Speaking of which, the airstrike goes out, so you have Shiz trying to run away. He gets picked off by Ted's good old-fashioned shotgun, and the mines that litter around basically do a little bit more chip damage to Leon, make him have to go back unless he wants to get himself into a dangerous position. Once Genji's blood does not get it. No blood sacrifices today for him. Meanwhile, the red team's going to be able to recuperate and basically get together to push both lanes at the same time.
Indeed. And they do have that push going up top. Shiz is going to meet Apollo and Indwello on their way as well. And they're not overextending at all. They knew the range to respect out of the taunt, so that was very good. I see Apollo actually picked up the Universal Charger, and I think that's to give like Tempest like a smaller reaction time to get the Monarch Blessing in as the counter initiation there. You know, they got the airstrike Pokemon on Shiz. It's gonna hurt her a bit, not a terrible amount. She's still gonna go to grab herself a creep, and in the meantime they're gonna have the droids shipping bottom. Really? Blue team needs to kind of regain their map control there. They're letting Edster really zone them out. Yeah, like just like that. Like, and really messing up their team. Now Apollo's going to be defending 1v3 against Edster, Genji, and Scoop. You know, they all have range right there. So, and they've already got set up on top anyways. And Nidolo trying to meet it, but he's a melee character. He's going to do the airstrike. There's not much he can do really because they all have range, and he's a melee defender. There's just little that can be done. They need to be regrouped. They need to stop letting Edster hit these airstrikes if they can. Which, I mean, no easy feat, you know. Easier said than done. But regardless, that's one of the things they need to really make sure they're doing right now.
In terms of upgrades being picked up, I would like to point out that Leon has picked up the Silence Tongue that you predicted. He didn't piggy bank into it, he just wanted to grab both of them, perhaps waiting to grab some more useful utility upgrades like, say, Baby Furry Mammoth or maybe some boots or something like that. We have Blue Team with the invisibility on Shiz, playing that Rocco, looking to get aggressive, possibly with the Vengeance getting there. Unfortunately, he's not able to do so, but is able to avoid that airstrike. Looks like he's trying to get in position, but is not able to do so. The SWCA point with Vengeance might be able to do a lot, but unfortunately not in this case. He's going to have to back off without risking it too much. Genji going to take a Silence Tongue to the butt and get picked up a little bit. Punk getting that explode, but denied with the Cocoon. Hurt himself a little bit and take out a droid instead.
And but then Indwello trying to get like a tiny amount of poke, and he's going to pay his life for it. Talk about the epitome of not worth right there. Yeah, very clean one for nothing. Like, that was just bad priority. Yeah, pushing wins, but like, give yourself a reason to be pushing. Set yourself up to a situation where you can push instead of just trying to yellow it. And then we have Scooby's going to be dying, just kind of overextending, getting a bit tunnel vision on Shiz right there, and allows him to get picked off. And now it's going to be 2-on-2 on the build, and Edster just beating out Shiz, who is to the Invis Orb, just in a bit better position to capitalize despite Shiz having faster base speed. Regardless, not much to be done with it. Here comes the airstrike out, and it's going to hit Shiz. Pretty much walked into it. I was about to say it was a whiff, but Shiz made sure it wasn't, more or less. Not picking on you, Shiz. I love you. Now the droids are meeting on bottom. That's where the next Clarion's going to be out. There's the arrow. Not much for coming out. There's the airstrike again, zoning them out. That one's going to smack them in Indwello. You guys are letting the airstrikes control them so much right now, and it's just any time that they would otherwise have map control, and every time they try and set themselves up some push, they let it break them apart. And then, like, right there where the airstrike was nowhere near them, they were regrouped and should have gone in hard on top lane, I think, and used that to really take some map pressure and see what poke they could do. But I don't think it was even on their screen, so they didn't realize it happened. And there's the Cocoon coming out on Apollo. Not going to mean much. It is going to force them down to the bottom lane. Yeah, then now we have Footsie Knots coming down, basically.
I guess you could say about the upgrades. Genji's build is actually one I really like. I don't usually piggy bank myself, but Speed Blessing and Extra HP are really good. And we can see here that Scoop has actually got himself some good old-fashioned Halberds of Justice. And as we've seen with the last game, wow, you can restore all of your HP in the middle of a team fight without any effort whatsoever.
Yeah, it really is a phenomenal upgrade. Hey, but we do need to see the damage coming out from Genji at first, because one of the things about Halberd is if you're not getting kills, guess what? It's a dead upgrade. So if we don't, right now, it's early game against two relatively squishy knots, and they do have a Ted who's building all damage. And big fight coming out. Binding's going to be countering the chains. Shiz trying to get out. She wants to make that ledge. She just can't, but Clunk comes back in with the drop explode. Put him down below. And then Dwello trying to get out. He's extremely lit. And Body Hunter's going to go pick up Invis, and they don't know it. He might be looking for a lane rotation assassination here. It's extremely low, but he makes it. He has the Helper of Justice. He's not going to try it. It just seemed too risky of a play to him. He's going to go ahead and use the snow. He doesn't have a snow shovel, excuse me. He's still going to just go ahead and grab those creeps up. And Paulo's going to go back, refill his health. Then Dwello just trying to poke those droids out. He's waiting for the push on bottom lane. It looks like he's not really aware that they all are on bottom. Now he sees Shiz engaged, and then he knows he can go ahead and take those droids out. And go ahead and get that cleaned up. Gonna read it with the Steam. Body Hunter gonna be trying to prevent the chip there. And while the push starts on top, and Rocco on the turrets is such good poke. Like, she's so good at just being able to make a push out of something, you know, where otherwise then Dwello really has to be confident on going in. Clunk can kind of chip it with his auto attack, even though it's relatively so. Fight coming out here with arm lessons.
Looks like the explode. Are we gonna see explode?
Yeah, I was about to say they're holding on to the abilities to let the explode go out, but it's still not going to be enough. And they're actually going to be putting them up. The well-placed airstrike put them all low, all dispersed. Got Shiz, and then let the Body Hunter assassination with the hammer finish him off. Go ahead and get some more push going in on that turret.
Currently, we're sitting 6-3. The red team's looking really good with their push, and that top tower is going down right now, leaving the red team in a huge advantage for Solar. In terms of upgrades, we have Edster looking for that DPS Brawl with both Commando Ted figurine, as well as the extra damage from ammo mags, just increasing his DPS. Clunk is going out for Explode build, Leon's Fish is Tongue build, opting for more burst on top of the range and silence. And Rocco's got standard auto attack damage with Pierce, Sorcery, Split Coin, to basically maximize the pressure that he can do.
You know, I kind of feel like Ed he should be building into airstrike here, because as I mentioned before, it's the airstrike that seems to really be the determinant factor in messing with everyone's positioning and building advantages for the red team. And if he builds an airstrike, it's going to be that much more deadly of a factor, more or less. Like, airstrikes now are zooming them out and chipping them and really dispersing them. So now if he has a powerful airstrike, it's just like, it's just doing that, except so much better. Like, press your advantage is what I'm trying to say here, basically.
Speaking of press advantages, Paulo with, look at his health, just a sliver of HP thanks to those grenades, almost taking him out. That's really devastating. To be honest, with Edster's build there, I actually see him using this impact for extra grenades as much as possible. And it looks like he wants to DPS the towers and just become a pushing monster. So although, speaking of which, we have Body Hunter just taking out the Leon with the hammer, and we have Rocco in a very poor position, being chased by the scoop. The hammer misses, and Clunk's to explode right behind Tempest and take Tempest out. You can see here that Paul's trying to get out, but is not able to do so.
Very poor hammer whip coming out from him. He could have easily picked up Shiz and made that a wipeout. But the whip is a whip, and it was actually kind of smart what she did. It looked like she tried to jump and make it the hammer in order the hammer hit that kind of top chunk of the turret that still remained. I don't know if that's what was going through her head, but either way, I think that's what happened, and that was the plan. Then very, very well played by Shiz, and very good read on what Body Hunter was going to try and do.
See here that in terms of the builds, actually Genji picking up some interesting upgrades. He's actually going to pick up good old hidden leaves and increase the damage resistance, which he's going to use to his advantage against Paulo. Paulo's going to be taken off by the huge amount of damage coming out, and that turret is taking a buttload of damage. It's probably going to go down within the next team fight, actually, I'd say.
And with that hidden leaves and the fact that he's already got spiritual cooking and pills, like, he's basically almost able to fulfill the same role as Scoop here, where he can just, they can tank everything and just be like, they don't even have to care about shooting at this point. The Hammer's gonna catch out Shiz, they just keep storming in. It's actually really good counterplay, especially against this Leon, where he doesn't have enough damage to even care. Like, you get tongue, so what? Like, you're straight. And I get he has the range, which helps him, separates them, and their red team's power is in numbers. They get caught up by themselves, which, excuse me, sorry, which they're not. Then it can be easy to pick them off. But at this point, they're snowballing and they're getting a level advantage. And that Genji is just bringing so much onto the table with his mark. Blessing the Scoop just has such great sustain and halberd of justice that they're they're pretty much forced. Like, you have to buy damage, because if not, then other numbers-wise, you're just not going to do enough. Like, you have to get damage at this point.
Oh, speaking of damage, you look at that Ted build. Starstorm statue on top of everything else, looking to really DPS and devastate the entire enemy team. It's going to be incredibly dangerous for Clunk, as I guess we've seen before. In terms of damage, you're absolutely right. We have Clunk picking up auto attack damage and looking at some auto attack to along with these explode. Airstrike is going to hit that Leon, do lots of damage, force him back. In terms of the other upgrades, we have the quick draw bow on the Rocco and AoE arrows just to really maximize the damage as much as possible, looking for those team fights just to be devastated.
And Scoop's picking up that Invis here. Could be a scary play coming out. So Rangers seem to finish clearing. They're all in position. He ran into a duello, so there's going to be some awareness of the blue team. But there it is! Into the airstrike. The explode gun initiation is not going to be enough. And they are just going to do so much damage to him. Taking out Paulo, to putting in duello and Shiz at extremely low HP. They're both going back to the base, the hill up. Gosh, what a great hammer into the airstrike there. Perfect example. The explode came right back, but like they barely even took any damage in that situation. Like they're just so tanky at this point. Like, and with the build that Case is rocking, with that early special cookie, with the early kills, like he can get silent stunned at this point and probably make it out without even having to pop up the Monarch Blessing or Cocoon, or at the very least, he's able to endure the silence before so he can pop him up and then just Spiel and Shield and just outruns all of them. It's really like and just devastating to the blue team. And now like they're in the situation, like you look at Ninguelo, for example, he's so squishy that he has to get pills to survive, but without getting damage, then he can't really do anything. He's a very aggressive fighting because it's forced him out. Perfect example of how to play the aggressive scoop. Edster coming in and cleaning up with a nade, and then there's the double kill. He gets the airstrike, follow up from a Cocoon, and Duello stealth trying to make it out, but he's actually predicted, gets snared up front of Droid, nearly a Cytocore right there, a calculated one, and he's going to get the sneak teleport right into the jungle. Good awareness, knows that they're going to be trying pushing, so not anywhere near their own jungle. Nice teleport read, basically, of figuring out where he can do it safely. And he's clearing the section that's not them pushing. You gotta go risky here. I know you want to stay alive, but I'm sorry, that's just the priority is here, and you gotta be able to, even as a melee defender, figure out how you can do it. She's going in by herself, Paulo already there to back her up though, seeing what's going on. Catch on lane rotation, getting Edster low. Then Duello was unfortunately already forced back because he wasn't able to just stay healthy as he defended that. And that's gonna be honestly kind of a combat kill they could have gotten, but didn't. It was one of those things where preserve your health at all costs. Yeah, you went the extreme option at first of taking top turret, but like, you know, even if you have to stay completely behind your turret and, you know, tongue the droids, throw a clone at them, and not really see that damage get saved. Oh, big fight coming out, everything explode. It's gonna be Cocoon, and they pick him out. They're gonna all dodge it now. He's gonna get tongue back in, and that actually stopped the hammer that would have, I think, locked down Paulo. It's now gonna be tough one out of the top bunker. Again, good awareness of where they can safely teleport on the blue team. Both first from Ninduello, now from Paulo, but they need to be sticking together, and they need to really capitalize and figure out how they can get these kills. I see attack speed being picked up by Ninduello. What do you feel about that?
I feel like he needs as much DPS as possible. He needs to play the airstrikes more than anything. Edster's been really spot on for landing those airstrikes. We have some fight going on. Paul going with the suicide explode, take it to as much damage as possible, but Genji with that hidden leaves basically denies so much damage from that. Clunk can't really do anything against this comp. He's kind of dead weight, I have to say. It's nice to see him as a counter pick to stop him from being picked up with Genji, but I don't think it was enough. Edster's DPS from Ted, combined with all the tankiness that Genji brings to the table, combined with Scoop, has been really devastating. You saw that bottom tower get melted. It was there, almost full HP, and just through one wave of droids, basically went down. Stim back with the extra damage and the grenades was devastating. And now Edster has extra grenades through the extra shotgun shells, and it's doing a lot of work. You see that Paul really wants to get in there, get aggressive, not going to do much, and it's actually going to be counter-initiated on with that Blessing. Blessing really turning things around and allowing the red teams to basically win the game, basically. We have Shiz trying to get away, barely going to get away, and has to defend the base by himself until, well, I guess Leon comes back there.
I think he can do it, that's a 10.
Nope, that looks like it's going to be game right there and then. And it is.
Yeah, honestly, out-drafted, and that the only way for Blue Team to make this happen was to get a bunch of pickoffs early game with things like tongue into explode, for example, and they just couldn't make it happen. They just like Edster was on point with those airstrikes that kept them dispersed just enough time for them to really get the upgrades they needed to just be able to honestly not even care about getting hit. Like they would just straight up go in. There wasn't like their name was Get Juked, but it was Get Tanked. Like they didn't juke anything. They just literally didn't care. Went in, got hit, and then came back and hit harder. Like that was straight up. Like, and they had bigger numbers on the board. Like I want to take a look at this actually. Let's look at the
DPS. Look at the DPS. Trust me.
Let's see.
Oh.
Damage done, damage taken in DPS. Okay, Edster is at 166,535 damage dealt this game. His DPS was 162.5 per second. That is a lot. For reference, Rocco was at 81,924, Leon was at 79,717, and Clunk was at 73,504. Just like the amount of damage Edster was dealing out because he could. Because Scoop just would bait everything and Genji would keep them all alive, and he would just go in and just slap that stuff after getting the airstrikes predictions on. He would slap that Simpack activation and just go in and pump out his machine gun, pump out a bunch of grenades, and just like get out typically with 1 to 2 kills. And just it goes to show that is a huge number, honestly, especially for a 17-minute 4-second match. Like just the snowball and the level 3 level advantage and the draft there. Juke knew exactly what to do as soon as Skolder was the first ban. The Genji or Scoop should have been the first ban from Hollow's team, and that was one of the big determinant factors right there. It was literally almost over as soon as the first ban happened, honestly.
I have to say that it was really impressive to see all the works. I'm really excited to see that Edster landed so many airstrikes, and they have such a really good DPS TED build. I haven't seen that in a long time. It's usually been centered around the airstrike, and it's nice to see something a little bit different, still powerful, and refreshing. And Genji building no damage, just building on those support upgrades, that was fantastic. I quite like that.
That was brand new to the meta, and it worked out wonderfully. Anyways, guys, sorry, go ahead.
Have some health, have some speed, and we'll actually see the next game. This is a best of 3, so I believe there's a second match, and possibly a third match, between Harold's Boys and Girls and Get Juked. You ready to see that one next time?
I am, and don't count Harry Butcher's Boys and Girls out. Remember, these guys are the winners of Warzone League that we're looking at right now on the blue team. The winners. So, we'll be right back, my friends.
everyone, once again. It's myself, Tefmon, with my friend...
I'm Mr. Pillow.
And we're back to bring you the second match of Get Juked and Herald's Boys and Girls. That last match was quite intense, I'd say, with lots of damage being flung around on both sides, but mostly from the Ted. Holy crow, that was a ton of damage.
Indeed, like, just the comps there. It was really insurmountable. For Harry's Boys and Girls to actually win that one, they would have had to have played, like, 30 times better than Get Juked in order to do it. Like, that was just such a savage comp. They didn't have... The only silence they had was Leon, which was a single target, and they like needed like all 3 silence with huge damage being dealt out with a huge area effect damage. Like, it was great to see. But we have a second match coming up. It's a best of 3 series, and as I said at the end of the last game, don't count them out. We're talking to the champions of Herald's Boys and Girls. We're the champions of Warzone Weekly right now, and we might just about to be what's the English language?
Welcome to Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday's the fun day where words are hard. But yes,
Exactly.
Herald's Boys and Girls aren't down and out yet. If they win this match, they can move on to a third match and claim their spot in the bracket. If not, then Get Juked will actually take them over and go on themselves in this match. And this is Serona, so we can see comebacks happen here. They usually take a long time too.
Especially with these comps too, and it's kind of interesting. Well,
Actually,
go
ahead. No,
Okay.
sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
Well, thank you,
they're
sir.
all yours, the band's picks.
Team 1, Get Juked. Team 2, Herald's Boys and Girls. Get Juked gonna be getting a Froggy G ban right out of the gate. Froggy G, he has extreme survivability, and then the ban from Herald's Boys and Girls is going to be Genji, which I get that because he really messed them up last game, but they should have done. I think right here they should have done the exact same thing they did to them. You know, ban out some crud like Coco or whatever that tickles their fancy, or Scolder, even though they end up first picking Scolder, and then be able to get that much more S tier knots. Leon is going to be the first pick coming out from Get Juked, and then Scolder Yuri is going to be the double pick coming out from Herald's Boys and Girls. Where is the scoop? Right away is my immediate reaction to that. Where is the scoop?
Scoop's currently taking an ice cream vacation, apparently. Well, I guess Harry Butch just wants to play his standard Scolder, and, you know, Yuri on Serona with all those mines to deny so much area. That's a really good tactic.
It is, and he's very stally not, which is great on Serona, and, you know, messes up the jump pad. Either way, we're going to see the next pick coming out from Get Juked is going to be Rocco. Where is the scoop? Guys, just pick him. And then they are going to ban out Isla in response. Hero Boys and Girls is going ahead and ban out Scoop, even though they had a million chances to get him anyways. Like, guys, pick Scoop. Trust me, just pick him. And just pick him. And last pick from Get Juked is going to be Coco. And the last pick in response to that is going to be Penny, which that should be interesting. Like, people talk about the tank meta and that not being too good for Penny. Like, she's better against with squishier characters than she is tanks. Oh, this is her chance to shine. That's a theory craft. Let's see it put to the test, because she's up against a Coco, a Rocco, and a Leon. See if the nerf to her was just enough to kind of make her a bad pick against those tanks, or if she's still viable against these squishy knots. How do you feel this will go down?
I think Penny's gonna fly around the map. We'll see lots of vertical mobility from Herald's Boys and Girls. Yuri being able to fly, Penny having the quad jump potentially, and Scolder with some decent vertical mobility, probably be able to control the map vertically better than, say, Leon, Rocco, and Coco. So I feel, with Yuri there, I think the mines are going to deny enough area if he's able to get in there. If not, I believe Leon's going to be able to pry on side that Yuri, basically to tear that team apart. So it's going to go either one way or the other, and it'll have to come out to the early game, I believe.
Dude. And so it's going to be a very tough one. One of the things, Rocco can be kind of difficult on Serona also, just because it's such an open map, and so there's like just so many places for the arrow to be where the enemy's not. Like, it's just like you know, you're trying to get those prediction shots off and always trying to shoot down the lanes. It's without even really any fault of the enemy team actually juking them. It's just kind of easy for the arrows to not always be consistently hitting. Like, same with Lightning Bolt isn't as bad about this, but it's still kind of an issue. So But if they do manage to make it work, like think about that, like constant, and you know, as you start to get into, you know, you have the constant damage pouring out from get juked. It's gonna be really, really bad for the enemy team, especially when we're looking at knots that are all close range. You know, they have a Scolder, they have a Yuri, which is kind of medium range, and he zones them out with the mines. But besides that, they have to be right up in each other's and get juke space to really do some work. I think that might be something kind of game deciding right there. Either way, let's see how this goes down. Deadmon, are you ready, my good sir?
I am. Would you like me to do the countdown for you?
Go ahead, my good friend.
Great. So 3, 2, 1, go. Off to the races. That's right.
This fine, and we're off. We have Tempest playing Coco, Edster playing Leon, and Body Hunter PT playing Rocco. And on the blue side of things, you have Nanduello playing your Penny. You have Shiz playing Yuri, and Paulo playing Scolder. I think one of the things I'm most terrified right here is Paulo's Scolder, because it's freaking Paulo playing. It's a terrifying player playing a terrifying Knot. I don't think I've even seen him play Scolder before, but I'm already scared.
I can trust it because Paulo's actually really solid as a player overall, and I've seen him do quite a lot of work. And when queuing with and against him, it's been he's always been very strong.
We say this as he goes to one bar within like the first minute of the game, getting hit by literally everything and barely surviving it.
Oh wow!
Punged into a lightning ball. Yeah, and she is a bit too far behind him. She wasn't really too far back. He was overextended. So the time kind of initiation, and then they force a 3v2 fight, knowing what the scenario is. Double kill right there. Chase him out of the jungle. That was good awareness, and they saw that time battle get popped by Shiz and knew that they could collapse on her. Very good awareness in general and good reading of how the combat scenario is going to flow. Paulo not able to do much. He gets the quick quake down, trying to fade the abilities out before, and he actually manages to dodge everything. Nanduello back with him, back in a 2v3 scenario, and it's actually kind of 2v2. We're going to see the red team farming back up and healing. Leon's already going to go back to base. He's going to pick into damage. He's going to get that Morning Star. That's the 285 solar. That's what is that? I think like a 35%, 37% damage against enemy awesome knots. So he's going to be that much more powerful.
It's interesting to note that it's only against awesome knots, not the spike tongue, the other damage upgrade, would also affect Stroids. So it looks like they're going to go for kills as much as possible, given his upgrade pick so far.
Two things I've already seen Shiz do it twice is use the time bubble completely out of a fight. Time bubble is used in the fight. It's pretty much never used outside of it, and very rarely context, like stuff like maybe if you're trying to increase your push during a wipe is when time bubble gets used outside of that. And that's like that and a throw are the main deterrents here of the red team. Pulse, once it has silence, even then it's still not as much. But throw and time bubble are definitely big things. See, there's the disengagement right there. They tried to gank her and she used time bubble, and so they couldn't. And that's the things that pretty much red team has to look out for in order to even make a play happen. Paulo's gonna go ahead and piggyback and stun punch, kind of doing a classic build on that Scolder ball. The red team is going to continue doing some push and some chip on the Nanduello. They have that landing ball, they have that arrow, and they just have great push if they can make it to that turret. Especially, think about that. You have Rocco can safely push usually, but you have Edster playing a Leon. You got that Coco. If they actually make it to a turret unhinged, they will just melt things.
You can actually see that going off earlier.
Yeah, there's a time bubble disengagement, and it gets popped up and helps him survive, and the pulse comes out, kind of throwing him off. Really needs to be building that up. This is one of those times I definitely want to see Shiz piggybank. I probably want to see Pity piggybank, but then not necessarily, because she actually really utilizes Starstorm boots and regen. It's one of those things. There's another time bubble for literally no reason. It's not something that you just need to be wasting. It's a 50-second cooldown and literally decides team fights. Like, gotta hold on to that. Gotta hold on to it.
We have throw going off on Leon there, with the invisibility being screwed over by the fire in the DT, but it does not matter. Rocco's going to land some good shots and Penny take him out. Yuri's going to get squished, and the red team's in a fantastic position to push. They're up 4 kills to the blue team's 0 kills actually at the moment, and that bottom tower is looking incredibly juicy. I think they're going to try to make a push on it and try to take it down as soon as possible, since it is the weaker of the 2 towers, and will give them a good solar advantage. See here, look at that tower go down. Look at that HP.
Triple throw. Freaking classic Paulo. Oh, and he might be going down anyways. This is not going to be enough. I still love that triple throw, dude. He's like very good at her. One of the things with Shiz died, she actually made an incredibly good play. very incredible. It's good map awareness. She caught them all in the bubble and was going for a face mine assassination. But then she kind of froze. I think she saw all three just coming straight towards her, and she kind of got nervous a little bit, and she froze. And in that moment she froze, she placed a mine that wasn't anywhere near them. And then she just got picked off because she didn't have any damage coming out of it. So they were just like, okay, well, let's wear her down really fast. And they have low cooldowns, they have DPS, and it would have been a sick play. I understood what she was trying to do, but it was just the choke. And there's the time bubble right there. They really can't go in. Then Dwell and Paulo also. Oh, he gets actually assassinated by Leon right there. Good positioning from Edster. Shiz is actually going to get the mine though. And Edster's going to run into it, and now she's going to be zoning them out, getting it another mine on the jump pad to try and cut up the lane, low rotation, and first push coming up from the blue team. One thing Paulo and Duello I see need to work on right away is when they go in and use their abilities, they need to do a better job juking and just like staying healthy, so that when Shiz goes in with that time bubble cleanup, that they can really help her out, that they're not too low to not go in. And so one of the things they can do, you know, we can see Scolder pick up flowers on this auto attack. We can see Ninduello pick up regen and pick up hearing snack badge. These are the sort of things that they could be doing right now in order to actually make that follow up easier, rather than just, you know, the kind of obvious solution of dodge literally everything. They could also just, you know, get their sustain going so that they can go in that time bubble. Shiz can also pick up regeneration pod to make it easier for her team. She's got an interesting build actually. She's got flash forward. She's got what's the name of it? Yeah, the CC immunity, space-time continuity device. And there's the time bubble out there. Not really anyone caught in. Ninduello's gonna whip the pulse, and now they are on the hunt. She's cut out by the tongue. She might make it out, she might not, and she's actually getting lost to Lancer's clone. Paulo trying to pick up body on it. He's getting greedy. Ninduello's gonna try and finish him off with a pounce, literally with a tick of HP. You know he thought that was gonna be a last hit, and now they're not gonna get anything with the 2-0 as he has to go back because he is at 1 bar. I feel sorry for him on that pounce because you know what he was trying to do, but at the same time, with his build, he has boost, he has regen, he has hearing snack badge. At this point, at least, he could have had Starstorm Statue or Electric Fight Lock instead. He's getting caught out, worst flank of his entire life. He doesn't even get an ability out before he is just completely KO'd, and then Shiz is just left in that scenario. Then another throw coming out from Paulo. Is that Dio taking the last hit? If it's yes, it is, and that's a kill coming out for the blue team. And exactly what they needed right now, but they're still going to get wiped. That's going to take out that top turret. Just, oh man, just...
That push has been devastating.
Yeah.
Holy crow. And like, I mean, Leon's built for assassination with his burst and silence tongue, but he saw his push going off. More silence, more health. Holy crow. And Rocco's going for the good old auto attack. Lots of auto attack damage and magnetic police lights land all the arrows. Scolder's looking for CC, but I'm not sure what will Herald's boys and girls have to do to come back from this.
And, well, one thing that they need to do is they need to get regrouped right away. They're fighting right now, and she's just clearing droids, and, okay, they are backing up. They need to get a full out, get all their cooldowns ready, get some mines going around here, and just relax for a little bit, you know, and get the situation a little bit neutral. And then, you know, things that they can do, like, I haven't seen this once all game. Throw, Paulo needs to throw him into Shiz. Where is Shiz? She's flanking. She should have been right there, time bubbling. That was exactly what I was talking about. She does manage to pick up Body Hunter. That is good. She's still left to defend 1v2 against 2 super droids, and the Coco's going to be putting a lot of pressure on her. There's not much she can do. She does dodge the lightning ball. She knows this coming. She's a good player and knows to be aware of that. Almost takes out Edster, but just not quite enough. But when Paulo made that throw, that should have been into a time bubble, like, period. She was flanking, and I get what she was trying to do, but she's been trying to flank all game, and I think that's been one of the biggest factors. Because what happens is that Gitjute knows that she's flanking and uses that small opportunity time to force a 3v2 against Paulo and Duello, and then gets out, and if they don't, and even if they don't pick up anyone there, which they typically do, Paulo's gonna get caught out. Just all three coming out the jump pad, and he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Clean 1-0, falls down to just the enemy team, bursting him down, completely collapsed on. And now then Duello, is typing. He's kind of giving up. Oh my gosh! And the pulse comes out, and Yuri is they're just like, it's over. They know there's not much they can do. They get poked out. They're just trying to defend that. He gets blasted with a lightning bolt anyways.
I think that was the fastest Serona game I've ever seen in competitive.
9 minutes and 3 seconds.
That was the fastest Serona competitive game I've ever seen. Hands down.
look at something interesting also. Look at these builds. Okay, so Tempest, lightning ball damage. Leon, full tongue damage, and then on Rocco you have magic gun, which increases the amount of people he's damaging. A Tiki Region, and then auto attack damage. And then on the blue team, there's literally no damage whatsoever this entire 9 minutes. And let's talk about something right quick. Here's just a little bit of advice. Okay, so when you're down this much, 15 to 4 kills, 8 to 6 on the level difference, like, even if it's guys like Scolder or Yuri who don't necessarily need that early damage, here's the thing, there's a level difference. So every single level, these guys are getting 5% more HP on the red team. At that point, your hand is forced to pretty much buy damage to even have a chance to try and get out. Like look at the HPs right now. Like, you know, Tempest is 2 bars. I know this was a late game where they didn't really try that much and it just kind of like have mercy, as the Indwella said. But like, think about the scenarios earlier where they're getting out low, especially on squishy knots like Coco, Leon, and Rocco. Like, that's your chance. Like, get that mind damage, get that Starstorm statue, or that electric pike lock, or that bug jars on the penny. Go in and do the freaking damage and take them out. Like, at that point, like, even if you end up losing 4 or 5 bars on your turrets, see if you can pick up a kill and do that a couple of times, and that's your chance to come back and kind of your win condition. Because you can say, hey, yeah, but we need this to kind of really defend the turrets. Look at your turrets, they're dead. You didn't defend them. It didn't work. It just didn't work. And I think that's one of the things they also really could have done different in their builds. What do you think?
From what I saw from all the playing, in terms of the builds, I don't think damage is necessarily what you need. In some situations, I don't think space-time continuity device was necessarily a good pickup on Yuri that early. I don't think there's any CC that was overly devastating from the red team. If I could say anything, I think that the Penny should be the one flanking more than Yuri. Penny with the pounce into, say, time bubble, pounce at the throw. There should have been more focus on that. Yuri should have been closer to the back lines, ready to capitalize on the throws and on top of those pounces, but was getting in the face more often than not. And sometimes it's hard because Leon will try to grab aggressively with that tongue and pull him in, but you gotta work around that. You gotta make sure you get aggressive with those characters, because basically Scoldier and Penny are 2 incredibly aggressive characters, and if you can't be aggressive with them, you're basically not taking full advantage of them, and you basically lose the game if you can't do that.
Indeed. Well, anyways, we're gonna be right back with a break. This one's gonna be a tiny bit longer than the others. Got some stuff we gotta do right quick, Alec, and then we will be back. Probably less than 2 minutes for sure. So,
other than that, though, I believe there is also a giveaway since it's the end of a set.
Classic Pillow for getting the announcements.
It's okay. So Get Juked won this best 2 of 3 and is moving on, and Herald's Boys and Girls did not. Winners of the Warzone Weekly does not mean Awesome Brawl is their home turf. So look out in the chat for a giveaway, and we'll see you for the next set.
Hey folks, you wanna go outside?
welcome back from the break, everybody. I am back to cast another game. It is I, Edster, and joining me I have Devmon.
Hi there, I'm back once again.
And yeah, we're glad to cast another game, and we're going to be looking into the other semi-finals. We just saw Get Juked, my team. Obviously, I was the best player there by a mile. We just saw them beat Harry Butchers and the boys by quite a considerable margin, actually. And now we're going to move on to the other semi-final with Apathy versus Canadian American Mojo.
That's right indeed. We will see another best of 3 between these teams, and we are starting off on Ribbit of all maps. Map we haven't seen today, I believe, if I'm not forgetting.
Yeah, I think this is the first Ribbit game. Yeah, it is. So, we're looking at the draft. We're looking at Canadian American Mojo being Team 1 and Apathy being Team 2. We're going to see Genji banned by Canadian American Mojo, then Apathy are going to ban out Leon. Then Canadian American Mojo are going to open with a Scoop pick, very standard. Then Apathy are going to counter that with Skulder Coco. You've got two very nice noughts there, and Skulder does really well against Scoop in the right situation. Canadian American Mojo are then going to pick up Sentry, and then ban out Rocco. And then Apathy are going to ban out Lux. Canadian American Mojo are going to pick Nibs, and Apathy are going to pick the Ayla. So we're looking at Scoop, Sentry, Nibs versus Coco, Skulder, Ayla.
That's correct. And if I can say anything right off the bat, one of the big combos this game is going to be Sentry and Nibs. Nibs we don't see a lot in competitive, but when you do, it's usually when she has a dedicated support to CC somebody down. In Black Hole Sun, the best support for Fire Breath, so we'll see some devastating damage going on there if they can pull it off correctly.
Yeah, that's quite possibly the most devastating combo in the game, I think. Maybe Genji Clunk can rival it, but Nib Sentry is something everyone knows and fears, and it's going to be interesting to see.
With that, are there any other things we need to talk about for the match?
Well, I mean, on Apathy's side, we have got a kind of a Skulder, which does reasonably well against all the other noughts, but I'm interesting to see how this kind of plays out. I think, I don't know. I think Canadian American Mojo have the better kind of the one combo, but I think the kind of the neutral state of the game is going to go more towards Apathy, just because Coco Ball is so much damage so very often.
Oh, it is, and given the fact that this is Ribbit and there are tons of walls and platforms, I feel that the combo is actually going to be very devastating just because you can throw it through walls, you can throw it through floors, but Coco's Lightning Ball might be able to counter it just enough, forcing them back. Scoop is going to play a big role in the game as well, his hammer with the CC pretty much guaranteeing that nobody's going to be able to escape the Black Hole Sun at that point, so we'll have to see how things go, and if they aren't careful, we'll have Skulder throwing the enemy team right into those towers.
But without further ado, I think it's time for us to get into the game. Game 1, Canadian American Mojo versus Apathy. Devmon, will you count us in?
I can indeed. So, 3, 2, 1, go.
And on the red team, Apathy, we have Eve Loken playing the Ayla, we have Dravel playing the Skulder, and we have Burbs playing the Coco. On Canadian American Mojo, we have Sentry being played by Jess, Leader playing the Nibs, and Firm playing the Scoop. And we're seeing Apathy taking the mid control at the beginning. Zaya is slowly going to zone them out, and Sentry's going to get a nice beacon plopped in mid.
Ooh, Black Hole Sun going up. The hammer possibly coming out? Not quite. But lots of damage being done to the scroll here. We have the teleport beacon used as a bush ward, which is a common sentry tactic to keep as much pressure on the map and as much vision on the map as possible. Black Hole Sun going off. We have the bindings going off for an extra damage on Coco, and red team's going to have to back off for just a second. And in terms of upgrades, everyone's just got base ability to start with, which is a fairly strong start.
Not really waiting for when his team's in position, just firing it, almost to kind of mark his territory and make them fear the time it's actually going to pay off.
Another black hole going out. Not going to do any damage, but reinforce the red team apart. If it doesn't land, it's still a very good disruption tactic, just to force them away. The beacon's placed in such a position to cover both the bushes on bottom and give as much vision as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I do actually... I think the red team are going to have a tough time actually pushing... He's generally speaking going to be at the top lane firing his AAs. It's very difficult for them to actually find a way in to get a throw and, you know, get an initiate that they want. Otherwise, the blue team are kind of in a dominating position right here.
Do that with the Scoop actually being able to capitalize on that Black Hole Sun very often. He's been using that binding just to basically do the little bit of chip damage at the end as soon as the Black Hole Sun wears off. So, while it's not a lot of damage, a little bit of chip damage from that poke does mean a lot. Solar Boss going down to Ayla at the start of the game, putting Red Team in a position of Solar and also Experience advantage.
Yeah, getting the Solar Boss as early as possible is very important because it means it's going to be up for you, and also if you know it's down, then you can take it out at the right time, and if the enemy tries to take theirs and you know they're taking theirs, you can potentially push in and look to steal it or force a team fight, which is going to be most of the time favourable, but it is dangerous.
Here there's lots of area control. Sentry's doing a really good job picking up all the health creeps for the most part, and basically getting that extra solar coming towards his own pocket. Ayla there, we sell solar crab burgers, but looks like everybody's just going to hold off on their solar, where I have to wait for a couple kills before we get any big purchases. Nib's going for the fire breath, getting hit on by Ayla, but not enough damage to really force her back. Nib's getting tossed out. Oh yeah, that was a really good throw on the Nibs there. See that?
Yeah, it was a shame the ball was just a little bit off. If that ball had hit and knocked her just a little bit further back, that would have been a dead Nibs, 100%.
Holy crow, look at the health pools just going down both teams. We have Scoop and the Nibs really low, and Scoop just have to go back himself. Then she's going to be left to basically defend until Scoop gets into good position for HP, and it's going to be more footsie knots for now. However, we see some upgrades being picked up. Stun Punch being picked by the Soldier, and Eternal Flames being a incredibly potent damage upgrade for Nibs, and part of the big 1-2 combo for the Black Hole and Fire Breath combo going out.
Yeah,
so we'll
just
see
then the fight kind of got a bit messy, which is kind of what the red team are looking for. They're looking for, you know, to bait out one or two abilities and then look to try and go in. Because if they go in all at the same time, they're at a huge risk of just getting caught in that black hole and the fire breath, and it's something which is such a threat, they really can't afford to do it. So they're going in separately to try and bait out abilities, and they're only realistically going to find one kill initially and then maybe another one in a follow-up. But the blue team have a real potential to get a wipeout here.
I would say so. You see here that the Heaven Fleet Fire on the Lightning Ball actually does a lot of DOT damage to Nibs, and Nibs is going to have to pick up some health creeps. Regen coming off of Coco with that piggy bank as well, looking to sustain as much as possible. We see here that the blue team is controlling the chimney at the moment, and red team is going back, possibly for another solar boss in a second with Ayla, and indeed that's what's happening. But the Black Hole Sun on the bottom going to do a little bit of chip damage to Scolder, not really resulting in anything, but keep them at bay. Meanwhile, Ayla's got free reign over the solar boss, gets back to full HP, and gets that EXP that they're going to need to counteract the blue team's devastating combo.
Yeah, they're closing in on being a full level ahead right now. If they can, I'd say one more solar boss, and as long as no more kills happen. But then again, Ayla's taking a lot of damage. Let's go down to the fire breath. That was a hammer securing them into the black hole, and then the Nibs with the follow-up. Yeah, Eternal Flame does so much damage, and it's such an early game threat. Again, that's the first time we've really seen the black hole fire breath work, and it paid off with a kill.
Might even see some more going out. That Sentry's been incredibly aggressive with his black holes, and Nibs with that Eternal Flames basically has all the pressure that they need. I'd actually say that Eternal Flames is probably one of the more potent damage upgrades in the game, if not the most potent damage upgrade, just for the raw power that it gives compared to the base ability.
Yeah, I mean, the blue team are taking the time here. They know they have the map control. I was actually wrong in my initial prediction because I forgot how much zoning Sentry provides. So it's very interesting. The red team are really struggling to find the space they need, but if they can kind of bait out a couple abilities and make the fight be a bit more messy, then they can probably find potential for pickoffs, because the one thing the red team has going for them is red team Nauts all have the capability to solo kill if they have the time and the space, whereas the blue team are kind of more reliant on teamwork to get the kills they need.
You hear that there's some chimney fighting going off. Coco with the Heavenly Fire just tossing it straight down means guaranteed damage for anybody taking that chimney. Meanwhile, Black Hole Sun clear out the bushes and basically try to get the red team split up as much as possible. You see here, Nips wants to get in there, but is not quite in the position. That throw onto Scoop. Oh, that was a beautiful throw on the Scoop. Scoop's not going to be able to get out. Oh, he is actually. Black Hole Sun onto the Scolder, leaves him at low HP. Ayla's going to have to get out, and so will Coco. The
Beautiful
punch, though,
punch, yeah.
that finishes off Leader right there and then.
Yeah, that was a really good punch. The Ayla was incredibly low, and the blue team were chasing the Ayla, and that actually ended up baiting the nibs into the Coco Ball and allowing the Skulder to get the punch to finish her off. So that was very well played from Apathy, using Ayla's low HP to bait them into the nibs dying.
In terms of upgrades right now, Skulder's actually got boots right now, probably looking to use the throw to get as an escape mechanism to get out of the black hole side as fast as possible. Nibs picking up the second stage of Eternal Flames, which is a solid pickup, and Coco opting for a cooldown on Lightning Ball, which is very good because that's her most powerful and most contributing skill to the team. Ayla's picked up Trike for extra movement speed while in rage, which I cannot disagree with because that allows her to get out of Black Hole Sun in a lot more situations. And the oily spray on bronze from Skulder, looking to be a devastating monster to punch things down with stun punches.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard Skulder build we're seeing. It's very effective. We've seen players like Nikki and whatnot show off before. You get the attack speed, you get the throw. It's basically a guaranteed kill if you do it right.
You see here that the Ayla is actually really extremely low HP, looking for that Slur Boss again. Not sure if she'll be able to do it, but the health kit might be able to do so, but blue team sees that, and it's looking to use the black hole to possibly get some damage on Coco. The Jess getting incredibly aggressive and out there with the teleport beacon. It's meanwhile Zone top lane, defending as much as possible, and Scoop's got triple banners of the Scoop, banner of the triple Scoop, all three stages, and a Halberd of Justice for the extra heals, which well, I guess we've seen in other games have been completely devastating. Speaking of devastating, wow.
Yeah, that was awful. This Ayla needs to be really, really careful. If the Ayla's caught our position, anything, hammer, black hole, even the orb from Nibs to kind of reposition and body block is enough to get a kill with all the damage they've got. I mean, the banner of the triple scoop, I believe, does more total damage than the Ice Queen. It just takes a little bit more time and you have to hit all the ticks for it to pay off. But when you have a black hole to secure people in, you're generally speaking going to get that damage off more consistently.
I would say so. Scoop then becomes a lawnmower and basically cuts up everyone in his path. But the heal punches on Skulder looking to be a tank for his team, and that's fair enough. It's a solid upgrade. Nibs is just trying to get as much damage as possible on the Fire Breath, looking to capitalize on that. Personally, I thought we were going to see a little bit of slow in the orb, but perhaps not necessary with the Scoop on the other team.
Yeah, the slow in the orb isn't really necessary. The Nibs is their killing power right now. They're long with the Scoop, obviously, but if they can get more damage, then they can kill people more quickly, and if they can kill them quickly, then they're not going to have a chance to get abilities like Evil Eye, Coco Ball, Blaze, and Throw Off to really get a nice counter initiate. If they can kill them as fast as possible, I mean, Death is a 100% stun and silence, so it's pretty good.
That's very true. And speaking of Death, the Scoop actually manages to pick up all the damage, so although they have tons of damage in the forms of Nibs, the Scoop has been very active and very engaging with the Black Hole Sun. Basically do as much damage as possible with the bindings. I have to say, good on its point. That's something that's not as, well, it is kind of easy to do in some situations, but not tossing all the damage into one basket, just having Scoop be the secondary damage source has been quite productive for that blue team.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way Canadian American Merger are playing. We saw Knockout going earlier they had this kind of wombo combo and they were really committing everything to it, yet this Canadian American Merger, they've got something a little bit different. They have the massive wombo combo, but they also have other options. They've got the Scoop for an initiate, they also have the Sentry, and they have damage in the form of the Scoop and the Nibs. They have pretty much, they have the massive wombo combo, but they have other options to go for, and they're actually using them very effectively, and they're able to find kills with them.
I think that's the good mark of the team, flexibility in terms of their strategy. So your Skulder's taking a lot of damage, it's going to get low. Ayla's looking for an opportunity. The Lightning Ball is going to hit, going to do lots of damage, and put them in a poor position. In terms
the Sentry has Gravity on Black Hole, and he's now just building for his AA, which is exactly what he should be doing, really. The Gravity just to secure the team fight, and then his AA is insanely good at zoning.
Throw! The throw, the stun punch, given all the health that Scoop has, the extra pills combined with the heal on the shovel, heal shovel's just really working out for him there.
Yeah, that skull there, the Scoop really should have died there, you'd think, but the amount of health he's able to regen back, and especially if they'd secured a kill elsewhere. Oh, my goodness. That was savage! Wow.
That was brutal. Spread out.
apply cold water to burn. That was incredible. The black hole and the fire breath easily picking up 2 people before they could even blink an eye. And
Almost a
Skuller
third.
burying him died to a fire breath alone. There wasn't even a black hole there. This Nibs does so much damage, and if you can land all the damage, it's insane how much damage it is.
It looks like that red turret is the next target for the blue team. That was a very good executed combo, and again, the flexibility between the teams really works out for them. Just not going to be able to get out. You can't teleport if you're taking damage, and since the Ale is constantly taking you down with rage damage, you're not going to be able to teleport at all. So good.
Yeah, he was a little bit overconfident. He was a little bit overconfident there. He just pushed in too far, went for the teleburst, and then, you know, he was completely isolated. His team were nowhere near, so that was a tad too aggressive from leader there. Oh, from Jess there, sorry.
Yep, I could say so. Speaking of leader, we've got some interesting upgrades. We've got the chocolate monster egg for extra shield when teleporting. Sorry, when using fire breath. And we also have the mobile's analytic, it's laboratory Zurian, which is something I actually haven't seen for a while. Not since the good old slow spam combos of the back in the day.
I think they might actually end up going for the slow spam here, but it's not an upgrade you see very often, and Burbs is going to go down to the fire breath again. It's so much damage along with the scoop bindings. They can kill anyone they want, really, if they get them in the right position.
Just
Yes,
looking good.
maybe a bad spot. No, he actually lands
Oh, wow.
black hole
Oh, and
gets the kill with
wow.
teleburst. That was very well played from Jess. The alien needs to remember that if you're ever fighting a sentry and he's on top of you, always hit him every now and then to stop that teleburst, because it's a lot of damage.
Just like that. Wow. I think the blue team's safely in a fantastic position to win this game, I'd say. They're up all the towers, basically. They still have all theirs. They're in all the damage upgrades they need. And they've been playing beautifully, if I may say so myself.
Yeah, Apathy have just been caught with their pants down twice, really. They've just run in and died 2 kills in a row, which is the worst thing you can do. If you're going to die you know, die at the same time. Never die one after the other, because that's just really bad if you can never consolidate your position.
The Scoldier's looking to get that throw off, and doesn't do so. Nibs uses basically the ability to fire breath to basically root herself in position. Cannot be thrown if you're actually rooted inside the map. So good play on her part right there, using it as a defensive countermeasure, especially with the chocolate monster egg.
Yeah, it's an interesting aspect of Nibs. We're seeing Skulder become reasonably popular thanks to the popularity of Scoop, as Skulder is one of the few counters that does okay against Scoop. And Nibs is quite effective against Skulder because you can just ignore the throw by pressing Fire Breath, and Skulder's generally in the face of the person who has pretty bad horizontal acceleration, so you can struggle to get away from the Nibs if the Fire Breath is used.
You can see here that the rail is going to get all over the place. The extra speed from Trike is actually doing a lot of work. I'm really surprised that the red team has actually picked up any Baby Curry Math, since now that Baby Curry Math affects gravity, it would be a solid counter pick, especially for Ayla, who would basically be guaranteed to get out of that gravity with that.
I don't think they have the time to build BKM at the moment. They have too many other items which are more important. So even though it would be ideal, things like damage, slow, these are all very important upgrades which can't really be ignored. They need them if they're going to find these kills.
And that's fair enough.
Speaking of slow, we're seeing 3 ranks of the Disruptor on Coco, giving her an extra 27% slow on a 10% slow already. So we're seeing 37% slow coming out from Coco, which is pretty extreme, especially considering that also applies to the Heavenly Fire plays.
Do you think the Heavenly Fire's been working out pretty well for Coco, or do you think that something else might have been a better purchase for the Coco? It seems to me like it's good harass, good poke, and good damage, but the CC isn't as important.
Yeah, I think it's still a good upgrade, just maybe not as early in the build as they got it here. I mean, Coco piggybanked for it, so it might have been better to get upgrades like cooldown and damage on ball a bit sooner, because the Heavenly Fire only really comes into its element once you've got the slow with it, so you could probably wait until you have the slow before actually purchasing it.
We have a really good lightning ball off. Ayla's looking to get some damage in, and Coco's got no HP, trying to get out there. Good lightning bolt to knock him away, but the auto attack from Sentry's going to finish her off.
Yeah, I mean, Canadian Red Commotion are way too tanky at the moment. I'm actually not even sure how Apathy are going to get another kill. They'd have to find maybe the Nibs when she doesn't have any abilities left and no one else is around. maybe they could do the same with the Sentry, but Sentry has a lot of AA damage at this point. Finding kills here for Apathy is going to be very difficult.
Perhaps kills may not be the best thing to go for, maybe just defend the tower as much as possible. I'm not sure the interaction with anything else, but I'm almost surprised that Scoldier doesn't have Deflect Punch of all things. I don't recall if Deflect Punch removes the Nib's Eternal Flame Wars, but if it does, it might have been a solid pickup.
Yeah, it would only affect the Hammer and the Sentry AA if the Sentry AA is in motion. If it stood still, it doesn't affect it.
Okay.
So it's maybe okay, but it would only really affect the Hammer, and I don't actually think the Hammer's been crucial in Canadian American Mojo's kind of winning, position at the moment. They're not using the Hammer to secure people in the black hole that much. It's not really the main initiate tool. The main initiate tool is the black hole, and we're seeing cooldown being caught on the black hole. An extra 3 seconds off. That's gonna help on an ability which has, I believe, an 11 or 12 seconds. I can't remember the cooldowns.
10 seconds, I believe.
10 seconds, but it's being able to spam that means they have such a threat, because as I said, the only real way for Apathy to get a kill at the moment would be if they caught everyone without abilities, and if they have those abilities on cooldown, on reduced cooldown, then that chance is going to be an even slimmer window.
Oh, definitely. Also, speaking of upgrades, slow spam orb from the Nibs. Something I haven't seen in a while, but it's still very effective. She's looking to spam the slow as much as possible, and really
I don't actually think she meant to teleport in there. That looked like a bit of a mistake on timing, but it worked out anyway.
You hear that? Dravor is left to defend top turret alone. Yeah, that slow spam orb from Nibs just gives her so much pressure. See the fire breath going out, but Soldier's going to be able to get out just in time. Ayla looking to get damage in there. Leader almost goes down. Look, just a little bit of HP, and if been a little bit more down, she just would have gone out.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of miscommunication from Canadian American Mojo there, because Jess was charging at the black hole and was obviously going to go it, but Leader wasn't. If Leader was in position before the black hole was fired, that would have probably been his kill on Scolder.
Speaking of kills, looks like the red team is actually have some life in them. Although that top turret is going to go down eventually. If they can capitalize on some of the kills, they might be able to come back. Burps being picked off by the black hole right into the turret, but not enough follow-up to really kill him.
Yeah, we are seeing PK now picked up by the Ayla, which is probably the only note that benefits great. Oh wow! Oh, immense. And Scolder's going to go down before he can even get the Nibs. Oh, but Nibs is now being chased down by the Ayla, and Ayla does manage to pick up Nibs. So they did actually manage to get a kill, which I'm quite surprised by, but now we have a Sentry and a Scoop welling on the base. It's not the highest base damage in the game, but they have a black hole, they have a teleport beacon, and they have bindings and hammer. It's enough damage to keep this Ayla away, keep getting more damage.
Ayla actually might go down.
Almost
Yeah, almost. Rifle skulls are actually very deceiving. They have a massive AoE when it comes down to it. Black Hole Sun just to hold them down for extra turret damage, and Jess is actually going to get hit by the damage. That's going to give up on life, and Jess are barely survive? Nope, get picked off by the throw damage.
I mean, the base is 2 bars, and that was just with a Scoop and a Sentry attacking it for a good 30 seconds or so. The Scoop's probably going to die here. We do have Nibs coming in, but I don't think Nibs is going to arrive in time. Unless the Scoop can get a kill, the Halberd of Justice might be able to clutch it if he can get enough health.
I don't think he's going to get one here, though.
I think he's dead, Jim. Yeah, he's dead.
However, Nibs with the Fire Breath might actually go close down as well. If the base had a core shield, they might be in a better position than they are right now. As it stands right now, they can just rush the core, take it down, and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Apathy, it's now or never. They can't even have a team fight around the base. They need to force fights in as aggressive a way as possible right now. They don't have any other opportunity. If they're gonna come back, it has to be now. And they actually land a throw on this Sentry. The Sentry might die here if the Ayla gets there in time.
Oh, Ayla's just
yeah. Ooh. Okay, we're seeing some life from Apathy here. This could be the opportunity they're wanting for, but remember, if anything leaks through to that base, it's gonna die.
And given the fact that Nibs can teleport around, it's very scary for their team. Although we can see it's really close. This is actually incredibly exciting to see both teams go at it.
We're seeing the heal punch on Scolder really helping here. The Scoop is actually quite low. The Ayla's going to go in. The Nibs is not in the position to land the Fire Breath. I mean, Canadian American Mojo, they really need to just regroup and then push in together, and I think they can just take the base. But if Apathy could have maybe got that Scoop there and pressured it a little bit more, they might have.
Black Hole going out.
But then the Black Hole.
There's the game.
God. Yeah, that's going to be big. There's no way Apathy can come back from this, really. You've got Scoop looking in. He's going to have Plantington cool down any second. Nib's coming in as well. There's not much they can do to stop this.
Unless they can somehow kill all of them right this second. Leader's going to survive barely any HP and just attack the core.
Nibs is going to take the base.
Oh,
the fire
almost!
Yeah.
Almost,
That was... And that's the game. Wow. The power of Nib Sentry, do not underestimate it. That was unbelievably just brutal whenever that combo worked. Apathy had no chance if that combo was even had a hint of it gonna hit. They just had to back off, and they couldn't find the space to get those initiates.
That was really well played on Team American-Canadian, Canadian-American? Mojo. The Mojos. Yeah, it's just that combo work, and I have to say, even though they had the one devastating combo, the early kills from Scoop really made a difference in the sword levels and really allowed them to snowball right into the end there.
Yeah, I mean, even though, if you look at the comps as well, Apathy had a really good late game. Skulder, Coco, Ayla are three of the best late game notes in the game, really, but it doesn't even matter when you're dealing with Nib Sentry. That combo kills anyone, whether you're a Voltar with 1,000 health or a Clunk with 5,500, you're still gonna die to Nib's Sentry. That was insane to watch. Apathy are gonna do well to come... well, we'll see how they do in the next game, I guess.
Yep, it's a best of 3, so if Apathy can turn around to win this next game, they'll move on to a third match. If not, then we'll see Canadian-American Mojo take this best of 3.
Yep, and we will be back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw American Mojo versus Apathy, and we are back with round 2. My name is Mr. Pillow, and with me is the wonderful, the legend, Edster. How you doing, my good sir?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to have been promoted to legend status. I'm feeling good. But I've just casted game 1, and it was a pretty damn decisive victory for Canadian and American Mojo. They had the Nib Sentry combo, and that's pretty tough to beat. So I'm interested to see what the comps are going to be for this game. Pillow, do you want to take us through what
Absolutely, it's a very good question. Team 1 is going to be Apathy. Your Team 2 is going to be American Mojo. The first band coming out from Apathy is going to be Sentry, which I guess just the Sentry really messed them up last game, so that's going to kind of be the idea going on there. And then the first band coming out from American Mojo is going to be Leon the Chameleon. And then for first pick, we're going to see coming out from Apathy, Scolder. American Mojo are going to come out on their double pick with Coco and Genji. The next pick from Apathy is going to be Yuri. And then they are going to ban out Scoop. And which actually I don't know if that was the best idea right there, just like banning that out when you have the Scolder and the Yuri to deal with it, but still, Scoop is a very annoying not to play with, no matter what the comps are. American Mojo is going to respond with banning out Froggy G, and then they are going to the last pick for Apathy will be Chuko Crop, which is actually going to be the first time I've even ever casted him. And American Mojo is going to respond with another Overdrive character. They are going to last pick Jimmy in the Lux 5000. Esther, how do you feel about these comps?
I mean, I'm a bit confused as to the draft, because getting a Scolder first pick seems weird, and then as you said, the Scoop ban seemed a bit strange, and a Chucho pick as well. We haven't seen a Chucho in quite a while, and Chucho, he's got a decent matchup here, I must say. Like, Chucho does well when he has the space and the time to get all his damage off, especially when you're dealing with nuts like with Genji. The Sticky Bomb does reasonably well against Genji, because if he pops the Blessing, sometimes the Blessing comes off, the effect of the Blessing wears off by the time the Sticky Bomb explodes, so you get that little bit of extra damage. And as well, the Sticky Bomb's quite good against Coco because it's a floaty note and you can hit them quite easily. It's interesting though, the Chucho, the Scolder, the Yuri, it's really good brawl and it's really good team fight if they can land the throws. However, Canadian American Mojo, they have the Genji, which, along with a Lux and a Coco, got 3 very powerful notes, and especially if they go into Spiritual Cooking and some AA and some Cocoon upgrades, it's gonna be very hard for Apathy to actually find the kills, even if they get the perfect combos off.
And I'm like seeing, like, Genji is countered by silence. They didn't buy any silence. It was completely accessible to them. The only silence that got banned out was Leon. They could have gotten Penny. Even, honestly, I'll probably get some flack for saying this. I don't even think Vinny would have been a bad choice here. He would have been a better choice than Chuko. And
yeah, even without, would have been decent here.
Even without silence, like, they could have easily picked up Rocco. Like, me and you had a conversation about this earlier. Like, the reasons to get, like, there's pretty much no reason you pick Chuko that Rocco just isn't better. Like, I mean, mid-game, Jimmy and Genji is not gonna even care if they get hit by a sticky. Genji's gonna have an easy time putting the Monarch Blessing up on response, and if not, like, cooning something for some Nectar or something, Jimmy's literally just gonna go find literally anything to auto-attack for a second, and so he will never be worried about not having the health to take that sticky. Sticky Rocco literally has better DPS, he has easier time landing it, he has a better escape move, or it's not better escape move, he has the same kiting and jukiness that Chuko has, but it's not on a cooldown for him. He has better CC, like Sticky and Precision Shot do the same thing, except one of them is insta hit and has a lot better range, like, yeah. That, honestly, like, it's bad draft here. I'm already giving it to American Mojo just looking at comps.
Yeah, I think Canadian American Mojo are pretty damn happy with this draft, but we shouldn't count Apathy out because Scolder Yuri is a very nice combo, and I guess we should see how the game actually plays out. Pillow, do you want to count us in?
Let's do it, my dude. I'm at the 9-second mark.
I am also there.
2, 1. And we are off, in the quote Devmon, and off to the races. And
On Apathy, on Apathy we have Eve Loken playing the Chucho, we have Drevel playing the Skulder, and we have Burbs playing your Yuri. We have Leader playing the Coco for Canadian American Mojo. Leader playing the Coco, Jess playing the Lux, and Firm playing the Genji.
Dude, and we're gonna see the footsie knots coming out. Chuko is invisible. He's coming up. See if he can catch that a little stinky there. He really can't. Just to reiterate, my point precision shot would have hit. And then they're going to go in. And the person who gets the ball, then he's gonna charge right in, put them all really low. Time bubble gonna kind of be there to ward them off. And now blue team is going to regroup after doing a lot of damage right away to the red team, and go ahead and set up a small push on the top lane. We see basic abilities coming out from all 6 knots. No piggy banks, no shenanigans, just straight up, just the core strength of all the knots. Lenny Ball there, going to be a slight whiff. Would have been great to see him knocked back into Jimmy in order for the first blood to happen, but it was a hard prediction to make. Yeah, just footsie knots, man. How do you think the first blood's going to go down?
I think the first blood is going to revolve around this invis. I mean, ideally if the Skulder gets the invis for Apathy, and ideally it's the Genji that gets the invis for Canadian American Mojo, but either way, we're seeing a charge come out now from Jess. He's going to manage to pick off Chucho. Chucho's goes down, and Yuri tries to come in for support, but isn't there in time. Skulder's going to look for some punches to do anything, but Genji and Coco are both full. It was the Lux that took the brunt of the damage there, and he gets away and heals up, and now that's a very clean kill, really, coming out from the Canadian American Mojo.
And that was just really well done. He got in there, he tanked the damage as he should. Oh, another one coming out, and the first going to be your whip. He got down just in time to do it, and now Leader's going to come in with the clean up lightning ball and then a few auto tactics. But in the challenge just led by Sticky Egg, he's going to survive with like 1 HP, and Genji and Leader are preventing the chase from ever happening. Now they're going to go back. Oh my gosh, great initiation. I really like one of the things that Just did whenever he was charging him back. Skolder tried to come back with a throw to put him on the right side. He actually stopped attacking. He dropped down below that glass platform, waved to the throw to finish, and then he jumped back in and got it. And a nice cocoon coming out from Mr. Manager onto right as the invis overtakes, making for an easy prediction. No follow-up, but I really like the idea there. It's something that makes for just easy prediction when you know what their objectives are. In this case, grabbing that invis.
This game's only been going on for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and I will say that Jess has really made his mark already. He's been pressuring really well behind the enemy and getting in position for his charges. Even if he's not actually using the charge, the zoning enough just by him being there is enough to make Apathy back off. And it's something which they really had to worry about. He might be able to get a charge here. No, he just backed off because Apathy weren't quite in the right position for him.
Dude, and right now, Red Apathy has that advantage. They have the mines that are sitting on top lane rotation, and they're just grouped together right now. They're kind of American Mojo is kind of like in flanking positions, but they're in kind of in separate spots. Unless them get that push off, took the bar off. Might not be a bar, it might just be a bar, but a bar is a bar. So successful push. Genji picking up the invis. That's very spooky. Let's see what's gonna happen now. He's going in. He's ready, and there's 2v3. I think the cocoon was a whiff. And he actually stopped them on the lane rotation with the time bubble. They're not going to do anything. And now they get droids chipping that top turret. I think what should have happened there, Genji should have immediately cocooned someone. I think Jess was a little bit preemptive with the charge back. Just be patient and wait on the cocoon. And then just capitalize on that cocoon and push him into the turret and kill him.
Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have to go for the guy that's cocooned as well. I mean, one option for them would have been to cocoon the Yuri and then kill the other person as fast as possible, because the Yuri is actually quite suited against all 3 of these Nauts. The slow is really, really effective at slowing down this Lux in these team fights, and the Genji as well. They don't actually have that much damage outside of the burst from the ball. So if they can avoid that and get this Yuri in a nice position for a slow, they can really capitalize on it. So if they can cocoon the Yuri and then force a fight on the other 2 whilst the Yuri's cocooned, then that could probably play out quite well in Canadian American Mojo's favor.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to... Oh, he's actually caught out there, and he's picked up the invis on the long way of the charge lane. That actually let him get out. Freaking classic Agilon. That was actually pretty funny. Kind of lucky on Burb's part, but he, at the same time, he realized what the situation was and figured out the addition of him getting out alive. So that was really smart. A bunch of Yuris would have freaked out right there. They would have popped a mine or something, popped the bubble, wasted their invis in some attempt to try and fight him off. And he didn't. He calmly just stayed in biz and went to the left and survived because they didn't know how to track him.
Yeah, we are seeing one-armed chameleon being picked up in Chucho now. If this was a couple of patches ago when that was still a stun, that would be a really good upgrade because it's a nice way of cancelling the charge on Jess, but it's sadly not, and the Yuri's going to go down. Not necessarily as a result of that, but the Yuri's just going to go down from Canadian American Mojo, grouping in and pushing into the jungle of Apathy, and Yuri's going to go down as a result.
Dude, and Leader looking to see if he can hit that lightning ball. He's whole trying on the Abyss for his initiators, but it seems taking too long. So Jess is actually trying to see if he can find someone to catch with an unexpected missiles. He's a throw! He's thrown into a time, but won't and Biz. He's gonna have to pop out of the lightning ball. It's not really gonna touch anything. That was almost a kill. That was savage.
That was really unfortunate that Skoldiv didn't manage to get the stun punch, because if they got the stun punch, they would have had that little CC effect over, and they would have known where he was. But they couldn't quite land that third stun punch. It just missed. It went right when it should have gone left, I think. And if that had hit, that would have been pretty much a confirmed kill on that Coco.
Absolutely. And just taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have to go back and heal up. He's not gonna die from that, but that still put him at 2 bars. And we'll see what Ioncy picks up, because he only has 1 so far. In the meantime, that push is coming out hard on the top turret. Look at that. That's almost now at 50%. We see lots of push coming up from the red team, but they haven't even taken any kills yet. Like, what's some of the things that the blue team can do to kind of thwart that off, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be too panicking right now, because the team fight of Canadian American Mojo is insane. They just need to not die, because if they die, that's when they start getting snowballs. As long as they're staying alive, which they haven't died once yet, they're doing fine. And taking, a third of the damage on your top tower isn't that much of a concern. But that was a really good throw from Dravel, managing to pick off Jess just before he was charging away. Excellent throw. Killing the look.
Great positioning coming out from Leader there too. Great prediction on Chuko. He manages to come back and get that flank on the bottom lane and just body block him and completely wall him and finish him off with his auto attack. That is really, really good awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the Coco rush into this Blaze damage in a Heavenly Fire, which is probably quite a good option. Blaze tends to do really well against Skoldiv, and has to kind of commit to it anyway, and getting that damage is going to be more confirmed kills onto the Skoldiv. The Yuri's going to get cocooned in this fight. The time bubble's still up, managing to run away, thanks to that Genji change to the cocoon. It didn't cancel the bubble, it merely prolonged the duration of it, so he was able to run away with the bubble still intact. And he has actually got flash forward though, so able to get away just a little bit faster.
Part of the reason they didn't get pick off today, Red Team did a really good job realizing that they weren't going to get any kills. So Bird is caught out. He should be dead here. He should, unless... No?
No, he's managed to fly away.
Oh my gosh. Awesome. Now here comes the cleanup crew. Just going to be going down to a missile. Oh, he almost killed Mr. Manager with that. And it almost went through the tunnel. You realized at the last second. I would have laughed so hard. Oh man, that was close. And now that's going to be a clean one for nothing. Great escape coming up from Burbs. It was really just kind of... It was one of those, he kind of ran away from his team, and I think that was so unexpected to Canadian American Mojo that they actually just didn't see it coming. And so while it wasn't like spectacular, like it wasn't like going into the Matrix, he just kind of floated on. He was just floating on the path that didn't really seem obvious to take, and that's what helped secure that.
One thing Chucho does have going for him is he has a lot of early game damage, which is why we're seeing him build into kind of the attack speed and the regen, because he doesn't actually need the damage to scale that quickly. His early game is pretty damn good if he can actually secure the damage. And that attack speed upgrade especially, it's insane how much DPS that can give you. And against the Lux especially, who can't really get away from the AA of Chucho, it's pretty effective.
That's just got out right there. He's going to count the time but left, trying to consistently out for his team, and now he's going to be going down 1-0. Mr. Ranger in a bad spot, trying to teleport in time. Is he going to make it? Oh, the laser's going to catch him. He's going to be going down. That's going to be it, and now Leader's forced to defend in a 1v3. Oh, man. Well, I actually gotta say, like, I kind of felt like Mr. Manager, he's sitting on 500 solar. You need to go back and purchase his items, because his items are so game deciding. And then Leader's gonna be a nice pickup on Skolder, who was trying to keep him distracted. That's the tactic I actually see Apathy do a lot, is if they're fighting 3v1 and pushing a turret, they'll actually just kind of have someone just kind of distract that one so they get free push on the turret, but this time it didn't go too well for Zuji. But I feel like one of the things that happened that kind of led to that double kill, Jess had been playing so aggressively that it didn't even give Mr. Manager the time to relax. It ended up being Genji with 500 solar, and Genji's abilities are so teamfight deciding, and he can't get those teamfight deciding abilities because this Jess is like constantly going in there and trying to charge someone back, and so he always has to be ready for that instead of, you know, AFK at the shop, basically. And I think that's kind of one of the things that went wrong there.
I think that's kind of a double-edged sword of being in a winning position, is that because the red team is now a lot more condensed, you know, they're hanging around the towers. If Jess wants to try and extend to get these pushes, he's in a bit more of a dangerous position because he's closer to the entirety of the red team when they're in a position to capitalize on it. So we saw the throw into the bubble, and that was just enough to, and the oily spray on attack speed with the stun punch, it was enough to stun lock Jess and kill him really quickly. And yeah, as I said, the Genji wasn't in position, so that was well played from Apathy, and they're starting to show some life again. They're 4 kills to 5, so they're not too far behind. And
they have more XP too. They're gonna hit 8 before level 8 before American Mojo.
Yeah, they are actually looking at a tiny bit of a solo lead. Tiny solo lead with the piggy banks, but it's relatively inconsequential at the moment.
And it's still kind of footsie nods. We see people just kind of respecting each other's damage now, kind of looking out there and making sure they don't get caught by that lightning ball in the lane rotation. But they're keeping calm, they're keeping collected. You know, the players aren't being passive. They're constantly checking each other. You know, combing each other's face, see how they react. Oh my gosh! He almost got the throw, but he came out literally a nanosecond before the stun punch. That ball gonna go in. Oh my gosh! He's so fast with that flash forward. That looked hilarious. It's like a Saturday morning cartoon. And now they're just gonna be defending that lightning ball's gonna catch 2 of them. Chuko was, I think he was like gonna tempted to make a mad dash for that invis and burn it with a nitro, but he was like, nah, I would die.
This Yuri's in trouble here. We've got.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does get away.
He had a chance.
Yeah.
That time bubble.
Very nimble.
Yeah.
Managed to slip out of the initiate from the Lux. Actually, that was a nice trick from Jess. Oh wow. We're going to see Chucho go down to the Coco, and then Coco go down to a combination of the tower and Yuri. But it was a nice trick from Jess, using the danger pins. The danger pins hitbox is actually slightly taller than Lux, so if you hug the ceiling of a wall, you can often pick people off through the floor if you do it right.
Yeah, it was close, but still wasn't enough. He managed to not get that hitbox to take him, even though he tried to after that double lightning ball. There's gonna be an easy kill there. And Yuri should have let him die. He wanted to save him. He was going into that time bubble. Just let him die. You're 1 HP, and you probably weren't gonna save 1 because you're full HP. You know, just get out and defend 3v2. Now Chuko has to defend 3v1, and we have 2 abilities on the blue team that can hit behind turrets. One of them can actually even hit you out into in front of the turret, get you easily ganked. And so it's just not a good situation to be. He just like that. Oh my god! The lightning ball into Super Droid. The last take gonna be the leader, but basically a setup with lightning ball for a Zydecore. Oh my god! That was absolutely. Oh
yeah, leader, that prediction ball. I think you might. That was insane. The game sense there to get that up, to pull that off.
Knowing the best lightning ball was there as well, hands down.
Yeah, that was incredible. And we're starting to see the Yuri pick up the slow, but I think they really need to find these decisive team fights, and Brawl is probably going to go down here. He's trying to run away with the punches, but it's not enough. Skulldugg doesn't actually have boots yet, which is quite rare to see. You very rarely see Skulldugg abstain from getting boots for this long. I suppose the Lux is kind of in the face, so you don't necessarily need the boots to chase him down. But it's the Skulldugg, he needs that mobility to be super effective, I guess.
Nice last hit of the Cocoon coming out there, just shutting down that time bubble. That's what happens once you pick up that Dark Eggs. Once people are like, you know, you don't need Dark Eggs right away. Get the ability for Cocoon to be a last hit in addition to initiation. That's a perfect example of just some of the things that it can do right there. And shutting that time bubble out of the equation when you otherwise escape was a perfect example. Now we see Suji in a very, very bad situation. He's trying to get out. Chuko's going in and seeing what he can do to help his teammate out. But it is Scolder. He's going to throw the destroys, get that speed boost. The Cocoon, he tried to get him down through the pit, which is one of my favorite Cocoon spots, and an extremely opponent place to do it. But he was smart, and he went underneath the bunker, which helped dodge that, and then came out on the other side. And now we're gonna see the blue team getting regrouped back together. Mark Westing trying to boost them back onto the field faster. Red Team, Chugo's clearing all these droids. Red Team doesn't need to be aggressive right now because they need to be stuck together, especially if a team fight occurs. So smarter them backing off. Now the footsie hostage is just kind of coming out, and what you're saying, throw is gonna be whipped, but the time ball is coming out, and the Monarch Blessing is gonna get popped. The Stinky was right there on the glass platform, trying to cut off any rotations. Yuri trying to get out. Jess is so late. Come on, please get that. Thank you. The throw is gonna not only last hit, but also doing the speed beat. The leader still railing stealth, and he's really trying to footsie knot that, but he actually kind of gets out-kited there. Each of them trying to out-kite one or the other, and then the time bell comes in to help save them, and the end result is the clean 1-0 in favor of Apathy.
Yeah, that was a really good fight for Apathy. They managed to find the throw and kind of. It looked a bit messy, but ultimately, because they were able to pull that, pick off that Lux, the Coco and the Genji can't do that much without the pressure that Lux gives them. So that was nice to see. We're going to see the throw going again. He's just going to run away. That was a very good throw, but he might be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, Skelder's going to go down. He stayed a little bit too long, and now Chucho's going to die as well. That's really unfortunate for Apathy. They were in such a strong position just a few moments ago, and now they're looking like they're going to be taking quite a fair bit of tower damage here.
Yeah, that was kind of like the opposite of what Zudi just did a few minutes ago. Like, then he kited perfectly when it's low HP and made sure he didn't get hit while not even worried about hitting himself. And then that time, like, he was low HP and he just kind of, like, took the jump pad and smashed into all three of them. And that kind of got his team snowballed on. And what? That's kind of how the 2-0 happened there. So I'm not really sure what was going through his head, to be honest. But they can still come back from this. That, you know, can't be making costly mistakes like that. Every time you die, it's going to be that much harder to come back. But they're still not out of it. We can easily make this happen. But Jess has the invis right here. Watch out for the play. He's waiting for them to overextend a bit. I think he wants to push them down the bottom lane. He's going to just blow the missiles and burn it. That was a waste of an invis, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd really like to see this Chucho pick up one stage of piercing on his AA, because not only is that going to give him really nice clear, which they kind of need at the moment. If they can clear it quickly, then they can maybe get a bit more space with his Skelder. But it also means they're going to be doing more damage in the team fights, because one thing of Canadian American Mojo do is they do tend to group up quite a fair bit. So if you're hitting someone else with your AA, then you're going to be doing quite a fair bit more.
Yeah, I completely agree. Alternatively, the Yuri can also be building. Oh, Jess caught out. The Monarch Blessing just saving the Sticky right there. That's what I was talking about. Precision shot would have gotten the damage in right away, but Mr. Manager has all the time in the world to get that right there. It is, and yeah, that's the situation they're in. And Genji wants to pick something up bad. He's whipping out those auto attacks, trying to catch someone, but he's not gonna. But Yexka will, Leader will on Yexka with a lightning ball. Chasing down Burbs, who's going to be getting out, just not enough damage there, and he's going to pick up the creeps. Leader is looking for it, and he has the invis, but he gets the creep right after. Oh man, I think he really wanted to get the DOT to last hit like a nanosecond before the creep refilled his health.
I was actually slightly mistaken about Chucho picking up piercing. He's already bought 3 upgrades for his AA. He's got the attack speed, the 1-arm shimmering, and the damage, so that's not going to be an option.
If they want to stall this game out, the Yuri needs to be built into his mines. Period. It's got to be the damage, the cooldown, maybe even toaster timer. They're in a bad situation there right now. After a good follow-up counter initiation of the time bubble, they really managed to do a lot of damage. Jess is going to choose the 1-for-1. I think he kind of knew he was going to die going into that. He wanted that last hit though. I mean, they have the advantage anyways. I don't know if that was worth it. It's just kind of like, might as well get a kill. Look at, Yexo was actually going to be able to pick up Leader, just going to press the fight onwards. And now Genji's going to be defending 1v2. Manages to get the Cocoon. That Cocoon gives him the opportunity to go grab the Invisibility Orb. So, he's handling the 1v2 pretty well so far. Burn the invis, take out the droids. That was good. There wasn't a play to be really made, even with the invis. Now he needs to get to the bottom. See, Scuji is trying to distract him, and he's trying to meet him in the jungle there. See if he can get some attacks on that. But he knew what to do. He just dropped down the bear, just gonna clear out the droids. All he needs to do right there when you're defending by yourself. There's no plays to be made.
I really would not want to be Apathy right now. We're seeing Coco pick up all the slow upgrades in Blaze.
Oh, man.
You know, for Chucho, we just saw how little his Nitro boost did. That was him boosting at his max speed, and he was going at a crawl. This is not going to be fun for anyone in Apathy to deal with, especially Skelder. He's going to be really really hurt by that slow. And he can't get BKM either. He's already got Boots pills. and Piggy Bank, so that's gonna hurt the Skulldare.
It really is. Like, and just all the poke that the blue team has now, that they're going to be commanding this footsie knots to happen against two melee knots that really hate footsie knots, and you're going to see the wool shell constantly hitting them. You're going to see those missiles. You're going to see the lightning bolts, as always, just fishing out. And then you look at Genji. He just picked up spiritual cooking for his whole team. He's feeling so healthy right now. So it's going to be so... The kill conditions for a red team just went up dramatically. It's not a good scenario. There's lots of kind of brawling right there. No one's really using their abilities yet. There's a lightning ball and immediate response from her to the time bubble. And then Jess is going to get sneaky, but it's going to be knocking Exika back. Exika's going to Nitro boost, leader look for the lightning ball. He's a little bit late on that. And now there's another one fishing out that's going to completely miss, even though the Yuri was standing still the entire time. Come on, man, don't overthink it. That's one thing that you can kind of mess yourself up on. And the Quake is going to try and catch him in lane rotation. I like the idea of it, but it just wasn't timed properly. Leader going to be picking up the Invis, and he's coming back. And Flinching's about to get broken. The lightning ball pops, the time bubble initiation. He's barely getting out. Just actually boosting him on the log. I think I don't know if he could have hit an auto attack and then boosted him for the kill. It would have been close. It's hard to say, honestly.
This is not looking good for Apathy. They, even as you saw there, they kind of had their full initiate, but it still wasn't enough. We've seen BKing on the Genji and on the Lux, so they're going to be slowed less, they're going to be stunned and thrown less. It's looking more and more grim for Apathy's chances here.
Yuri keeps on trying to outplay him. Now he's put himself in a very bad situation, and he just let himself get 1v3 because he thought he could just time bubble them and something cool would happen. They need to be seeing their turrets right now. It's what they need to do. Yuri needs to be literally in these lanes with mines. The mines aren't really even constricting the movement of the enemy team, and that's what he needs to be building into right now. Because the only mines upgrade he has is damage. I want to see more mines on the field, restricting their movement. That'll give Skolder the luxury to go and actually throw into a turret, and if then throws him into the turret with Yuri there to basically throw him into the time bubble. That's a double kill. You know, that is period. Like that is, I think, a way that the red team needs to be setting up the kill right now. In the meantime, they are going to have to relax for a second. And Zuji keeps on trying to get these sits in. And yeah, they're good snares and good throws, but like, what have you done on the top lane? Yeah, you have to make a little bit more of a prediction because it's more expected, but that's what you need to be doing. In the meantime, Yuri's going to get caught out again. Stop 1v3. Like, Yuri doesn't even need to be concerned with fighting right now. He's to hit a time bubble if his teammates are attacked, which he was doing good for a while consistently in leader's lightning balls, and then just keep littering those lanes with mines and wait for them to happen. Right there.
The Genji's gonna die. He's dead to the sticky bomb. But I mean, this Yuri is kind of struggling because if he goes out to try and get mines, he's gonna be balled. He's gonna be pushed back by the Lux, and that's what we saw earlier. We saw Lux push him all the way back to the health pack at top lane, except the health pack wasn't there, unfortunately, for the Yuri. So they're really struggling to find a space, and I think that's why Yuri's building a ranged AA, just so he can have some presence whilst being relatively safe.
But then even imagine, like, when they got that kill on Mr. Manager, the Yuri was there, and then again they were only pushing because they had the kill. Whoa, man, this is actually really crazy. Where's the bubble? Where's the bubble? Come on, you're Invis! He waited, he hesitated for a second.
Yeah, I mean, the Skulldare wasn't in position. I think he was waiting to see if the Skulldare could get there. Leader might die to that sticky bomb in here too. Yeah, he's dead. But now we're seeing the Yuri being chased down by the Lux. He's getting pushed into safety, actually. Jess will be, Jess is...
Maybe not! Oh, the prefab gonna be taking him out while the computer locks down that kill.
Ooh, that's gonna be some base damage, I think. Perhaps. I mean, Chujo's decent at defending this, but he's gonna have to put in a lot of work.
Yeah. And that's why that prefab buff was relevant. Like, that old prefab wouldn't have done that because the old prefab was a 2-second wind up on a completely telegraphed and completely stationary attack. Now it's actually what burst damage should be doing, and it makes it an actually viable option, as we just saw there, and gives Genji more offensive team fight presence in addition to his godly defensive.
Yeah, we've seen the Genji build shield as well. Like, I honestly don't see how Apathy are going to find kills. I mean, I said that last game with the mid-century when they were so tanky, but it's looking like the same situation again. Canadian American Mojo have just drafted for a situation where they almost can't die unless they mess up.
Pretty much, yeah. And I mean, it's got to be over now. That's a 50%. They're on the base. What's you're gonna do? He's already popped his time bubble to 1 ace in the sleeve he had, which even I can't imagine a scenario where even he used the time bubble right. Now he's just messing around with just once. He's not gonna make it in time. The game is over. Yeah, 21 kills to 10, 2 level difference. Guys, letting the other team get Genji. Very, you gotta know what you're doing if you let them get Genji. That's one of my main concerns, right?
I mean, Leon was banned. It was kind of a dream Genji pick for Apathy, really. I really don't understand why they didn't pick it. Maybe they don't have a confident Genji player or something, but if they had Genji there, the draft would have looked very different, and I think Game 2 could have potentially gone their way, but they let an uncontested Genji get through onto Canadian American Mojo, and that just killed them. The Genji just means your team can't die when it gets to late game. As long as you don't mess up, you are immortal, especially if you get BKM like we saw on the Genji and the Lux. Even when they got thrown into the bubble, they still had half the health once everything was used on Apathy, and they were just able to then go in with all the lifesteal on Lux and the shielding, and it was just a dominating performance from Canadian American Mojo again.
Yeah, and that Hidden Leaves. Well, yeah, we saw Tibbs do the similar thing earlier. He got that spiritual cooking and the Hidden Leaf went on his tank. Like, it's just, like, what can you do once that Jimmy's charging at you and you can't even damage? I see it all the time now, just people thrusting those tanks in people's faces and they're not able to do enough. And it took just a while to get it going, you know. Early game, he kept getting really punished for it and dying a lot, honestly. But then once it got to all the relevant upgrades where they could do it as kind of intended, then it was just kind of easy. Just like it's not even like outplaying, it's just literally eliminating the options of the red team, and that's what happened.
I think this game, I think both games in this semi-final were won and lost in the drafting drafting phase of the game. And I guess that means Canadian American Mojo are going to be moving on to face Get Juked in the final. So, I think we will be taking a short break and moving on to that. But before we go, I'm going to warn you now that there will be a giveaway in the chat. So pay attention to the Awesome Brawl weekly chat account. And yeah, anything else to add, Pillow?
I love you.
Love you too, pal. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Awesome Brawl Weekly. It's me again, Devmon, with my friend Mr. Pillow. Say something.
Something.
Perfect, actually that was exactly what I was going for. Good cue.
Alright, well that's it for the show.
Alright, see it now. We
see you
saw the
next
final.
week.
We have the finals right now, between Canadian American Mojo and Get Juked. Edster won't be with us for the rest of the night because, well, he's on Get Juked and in the chat trying to win all the giveaways that are going on.
And
Anyways,
unlike us, he actually has a life.
Jeez, what a guy having a life.
Right.
Anyways, we can start the finals and get extremely excited because these are two very, very good teams with very great players, and it's different from last week, just like I thought.
All right, let's have a look. It's Canadian American Mojo versus Get Juked. Get Juked, really an underdog here. They made it through, guys. They made it to the finals. I was kind of expecting to see mature dads or something. Harry Butchers and the Boys, but they beat out Harry Butchers and the Boys to make it here. We have coming out Team 1, Canadian American Mojo, going to be banning out Leon the Chameleon. Get Juked, spinning out Genji. Then Classic, Scoop is getting picked up as the remaining of the 3 S tiers. Get Juked going to come out with Scolder. They're going to come out with Rocco. Immediately great counter. Both counter picks Scoop and kind of just in general kind of really handles any other possibilities, which I think we're about to see in the draft. Next up is Coco. Great person to counter the tank meta right now, and leader. Makes sense. And they're going to ban out Yuri, which... Yuri is always a standard, always a nice ban. Yuri's that sort of notch you just don't want to have to deal with, and sometimes you gotta. He's not like the great solid Scoop or Scolder pick, but he's just an annoying pain in the butt, honestly. And they have a Scoop on their team, so I understand why they would ban that also. And then we're gonna see the next ban coming out from Get Juked is Froggy G, which might just be a respect ban of Jess right there. He was one of the best Froggy Gs in the entire game. It's still kind of... I'm not sure how I feel about that. They have Scolder and Rocco, both who... Frog can kind of frag Rocco easily, but Time to Vengeance and he's got the advantage, and Scolder just in general takes a dump on Frog. Last pick for Canadian American Mojo is going to be Jimmy in the Lux 5000. They love running that. He's such a great initiator and such a great tank. And last pick for Get Juked is going to be Isla, who... probably going to have a bit of a trouble with all the knockback, but it's still a great, great way at punishing the tanks after they use their ability. How do you feel about the comps, Devmon?
To be honest, I think they're fairly standard picks, although I know I just like seeing Jimmy in the luck spot. Really nice to see those dashes, and that's what I really get hyped over. Like last game where we saw the dashes just on the bottom lane, just pushing everyone into the turrets, and it's just a lot of fun to see him just ram everybody, just like a Lone Star's Bull, but a little bit more head on.
It really is a shame that Kesney got nerfed, because I feel like the old Kesney would have been the perfect last pick for Get Juked in this situation. Would have really, really dealt with all three, with Scoop and Jimmy. Not so much Coco, but still can really assassinate Coco if she overextends. And so that's kind of a shame. Is there any Nos you're seeing right now that you're like, well, honestly, I kind of think this Nos should have been brought out instead? Do you have that sentiment at all?
Given that's Aguilon, I still think... I'm not sure about Ayla, to be honest. Ayla's really good as a DPS monster, and that's kind of what they need against Scoop, since Scoop is tanky and Jimmy's tanky. But she's still vulnerable to knockback, so I think something... it's a little bit more DPS-y, but tankular-y. I know this is going to sound really stupid right now, but I think Lone Star might have been a weird but satisfying choice. Just because the Bull for knockback to protect his team, combo with the Scolder really well, and also the huge amount of push that you can achieve with the Rocco.
Dude, I don't really have much else to add, honestly. Like, do you have anything else, or do you want to get into this, my dude?
No, I just want to I want to see these final matches, because these are two excellent teams that we've already seen already, and I want to see them go head-to-head.
Alright, my good sir. Well, why don't you give us the countdown, and we can begin our finals of the Awesome Brawl Weekly Round 3.
Let's do it. So, 3, 2, 1, go. And here they go, on their horses, truly got picking us up upgrades at the shop.
And we have Jess playing your Jimmy in the Lux 5000. Mr. Manager playing your Scoop in Lita. The Fita playing Coco. And you see Edster playing Scolder. You see Body Hunter PT playing Rocco. And you see Tippus playing Isla. And Lita already has been the Viz, and Blue Team is being very cautious, so you're not going to see anything coming out of that. Actually, it's going to hit Tippus. Nice lightning ball through the jump pad, and not much to do. Oh, Esther already going in and trying to get the throw, but the throw is going to be a whip. Lightning ball is going to not really catch anyone. Just trying to wait for the right moment to get the jump pad and charge someone back. He's not going to find it. And now he's overextended.
Oh, here's the dash.
There it is. He's going down. Can they pick him up? Leader picks up Edster in a 1-for-1, making the best out of that situation. I actually applaud Jess for that. Yeah, he got overextended, which he shouldn't have. I saw it coming as soon as he was still there on the bottom bunker, but he realized what was going to happen, and he made the most of it. He at least realized he could set something up for his team before he died, and he did that well. The disengagement from Leader with the Blaze coming. Body Hunter wants to get that precision shot coming off, but he's not going to find it, and it was worth a shot, though. Now we're 1-1, minute and 20 seconds in. How do you think the next skill is going to come out? Is it going to be Tippus since he has the Viz, I guess?
No, actually, I don't think the AOS is really going to do as much, because one low HP and the Viz is going to be wasted there. Scolder stun punches, Coco Heavenly Fire, Jimmy Danger, the Danger Pins. I think Jimmy's going to be the one to cause the next kill, either getting killed or basically setting up with the charge. You can see that very aggressive plays, but as Jimmy, like other characters, you have to play aggressively to really capitalize on it. Although missiles are very good for zoning, so Jimmy's got this weird hybrid character for that. We have the dash going in again, just not landing right there. Blue Team's going to stick with that as much as possible, but they don't want to get thrown, they don't want to get tossed, they just don't want to get pushed around. So they're going to try to stick together as much as possible, and probably capitalize on stun punch into turrets, although it might be a little bit difficult with Coco's Heavenly Fire balls coming out from every direction.
Really is, and now it's just going to repping that Blaze, but it looks like Jimmy really was kind of underextended there, and I think that's the first time I've ever casted Jess and called him underextended, but I think he could have gotten the pick up there.
Oh,
he's going to manage to make a PT anyways. He's going to get that nice Danger Bends off, and it might be going down, but Edster going to actually try and get the kill and get caught out by Leader and saving Jess's life, making it into a 2-0 in favor of Canadian American Moto. Scoop's already pushing bottom. You got Leader and you got Jess up on top, and Tippus is seeing he can actually assassinate someone with an Evil Eye and Rage if he times it right, but it's going to be very difficult. He's actually back. I think, come on guys, capitalize this. Get on there. They gave Jess all the time in the world for that cooldown to reset.
Those missiles on ALS, right? You see the health bar just disintegrate.
Yeah, she almost died.
Oh yeah,
they should have been collapsing on Jess when he was in that jungle. They gave him all the time in the world to get ready to counter initiate on that.
In terms of upgrades, so you have the ALF Slow Crab Burst for sustain. It's seen that awesome throw. That throw, wow. Scoop's killed because of that throw with the DOT. Jess is in a poor position for following up with the dash, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get out and grab those health kits and be absolutely fine. It's a very back and forth for these two teams. We've seen some really good plays on both sides, and really proving in this final match, actually. They're going at it, and they're doing really well for both sides. It's not stomp on either end. And, Edster with the throw from Invisibility onto Leader. Leader getting stun punched and locked down, followed by Body Hunters, good old-fashioned vengeance, holding him down and basically securing the kill.
Indeed, and that really just shown a lot of that CC out. I mean, think about it, you get Scolder. Even like kind of not really, I don't really think of it as that much of a game-changing CC this early in the game, but having that vengeance and having the throws, having the stun punches really helps control crazy knots like Jimmy, like Scoop, and it's something that really helps put that pressure on and kind of tame the team fight, so to speak, because otherwise you're just going to be outbrawled more or less. Scoop trying to set someone up, the hammer is a little bit late to the fact, and Esther throws him back in at just a little bit of HP, taking out Jess in a 1-0. I feel like just kind of the red team took a bit too long to get to Jess there. I don't know what was really going on with if there's like a miscommunication before they set up the play. That's the sort of thing that Jimmy needs to be saying, hey, are you guys ready? You guys ready? I'm going to try this. And when the business is going to come out and throw Mr. Manager, he's at less than 50%, and they're trying to lock him down. The Vengeance is slowing him down a bit. Not going to be enough. Oh, he is. He's going to get up at the Quake. They could have finished that, but ultimately they did not. And now they're going to be TPing back. I think Rocco should have stayed on the bottom turret right there and let Edster go back, and then they swap out, because now it didn't really matter, I guess, but Edster still had to defend at less than half HP and Rocco had all of his. That's one thing I'm seeing right there.
That's well, fair and well. We see that in terms of the upgrades, Coco's Chuck's forward with Heavenly Fire. That's a lot of damage that's going to come out right here. Jimmy going in, get that Ginger Pins off, just like I said before. Not enough to keep him alive though. Nanobots is a good HP, basically sustain upgrade, but not enough to really sustain him in that fight there with all that CC going off, and that's kind of the disadvantage there. Might have been a better idea to grab a little bit of regen since it's always constantly working, even though the lifesteal is quite potent. We have Esther just working well with his team and really capitalizing on those throws. Really good Scoldier throws in this game than any of the other games, I think.
Dude, no, Scolder and Viz, he's looking for it. He gets hit with the lightning bolt. He's still looking for it. He wants it. He throws into a wall. Oh, that was kind of a flat death to the hype there.
Yeah, it's okay though. Oh, in terms of other reads, sorry to interrupt you there, look at Scoop. Scoop with his good old-fashioned Halberd Justice and Snow Shovel, just to sustain as much damage as possible.
Dude, that was actually what I was going to point out anyways. It was just in top of the grades. In the meantime, you also see Scolder's got that oily bronze spray, which is awesome. You land those punches, man. That throws throw into such a morbid insta-give type option there. It gets out so many stuns so fast and deals so much damage. And Esther, he's fishing out that stump punch. If he lands his third hit right there, he's going to set up a throw into the turret. That's why the red team is really backing up right there, even though they kind of have the numbers advantage, and because they're just so afraid of what that can do. And then he gets caught out. The hammer is going to stop the throw right in the animation, and while Leader picks up the lightning ball. Some good plays coming up from American Mojo right now, doing everything that they have to in order to keep on the pressure and keep on the map control. It's just putting the blue team in a bad situation where they're constantly defending now, even though they have the kill advantage and even about to have the level advantage. I think what we need to see is the blue team get to that level 6, have all their solar spent and group it together and ready to go in. Actually, they're doing it right now. Jess almost goes down, but it's just not enough damage. Tippus wants it, but he's not going to get it. He's not fast enough. In the meantime, Body Hunter is going to be clean out. Body Hunter should have been there, I think, to help with that last hit. He actually hits Jess, but Jess is already healed up. And that was kind of, you had one guy clearing droids while other guys team fighting. Either everyone disengages really or no one. Like, I think they really could have picked up that kill.
Oh, speaking of kills, Tempest goes down to the lightning ball from Leader actually, just to the drop. The gravity wasn't enough to be an out prediction. The lightning ball gets right on. You know, Scoop's incredibly low on HP, just getting really aggressive on Edster there, looking to take him out with the AoE from Jimmy's Rattle Wave, but doesn't quite do so. Has to back off with the low HP and pick up health creeps to sustain himself back up. Meanwhile, Leader, given Coco on a tower, melts it down quite a lot. That top tower is not looking healthy at all.
And it's really going to that situation. Edster going to get caught out. See if he can set something up. He's way too low HP to be trying that though. And now Body Hunter's going to be forced to defend this. He can defend this pretty well. He is Rocco. Just needs to try and really get his auto attacks in on there. Tempest is coming in there. Body's going to get baited. Watch out for this lightning bolt. Watch out for the lightning bolt. Oh my god, it goes right over Body Hunter's head. Oh man, oh man. And now Jess chipping them the lane rotation. Very well done. Going to catch out Tempest there to keep him from helping Body Hunter really. And now he's taking a bit more damage. He's noticing he really needs to fall back, which he's doing. And Edster needs to get in there and throw someone back in. That was such a good throw, but he waited a second. Ooh, that's danger pins through the wall to get a creep. I like that. He first quaked the droids and then went in for the throw. By then, they were able to get in position to get thrown up against the wall, and he didn't have the quake to hit them either. And that's what let Jess go ahead and grab those creeps and otherwise a kill. Guys, stop clearing droids when there's fighting, is the moral of the story. Tippus going in, and he's going in with a rage, but just before he gets a pick off, he's going to get shut down. That's going to get activated Halberd Justice and allow the red team to go in hard on Edster and Body Hunter. Edster's getting out low. Body Hunter's not even really able to do much. He's just like, here's some heroes, guys. You guys can't go here now. Leader gonna have to pick up Edster. Oh man, it was so close. He almost made it happen. I don't know what he really could have done differently. There's probably some missed auto attack or something from one of the blue team members that excuse me, honestly made the difference in my opinion.
Yeah, it's actually really close. I mean, it's gone back and forth, so now red team's an advantage with the EXP and the kills themselves. They actually are a full level ahead, and blue team's gonna get that back as soon as they get like basically one droid kill. There you go. And just a lot of back and forth. It's a high competitive match, and these guys are really good. You see Esther's getting in stun punches. Tempest with the evil eye to finish off Leader, looking to kill Jess. Jess looking to get that cooldown off the dash. Uses it to get some extra damage off, but that does not allow him to escape. It gets picked off by Tempest again. Tempest is going on a killing spree right now. Well, not an actual killing spree, but a double kill spree. Scoop's got the invisibility and is looking to threaten out Ayla.
He won it? Oh, he is going in, and he better get a kill. He is going to regret it so much.
Oh.
And he's not, like, I get the idea there. If he managed to make that last hit work, he was going to be picking up the, excuse me, the Halberd of Justice, but he doesn't have any damage. He just picked up his first 6 damage, 2 stages of banner, the triple scoop, and like, you can't 1v3 without the damage, man. You gotta have it. You just gotta have it. You know, I think Scoop's like a very safe piggy bank. Staying and taking this regardless. He could really be doing that. He could have had damage earlier, honestly, in my opinion. And now Jess trying to set up that initiation, but he gets out without catching anyone. Esther trying to lock him down, but he misses the throw. Nice stun punch though, really just smacked Jess right there. 2 minutes and low HP. But ooh, another whiff throw as Esther tries to throw a leader, but instead just gets predicted and lightning ball as punishment. And yeah, these guys just need to regroup together, get healed up before something bad happens, because they're whipping a lot of these initiations and counter initiations right now.
One thing that's interesting to note is that Ayla's on her way to some prison guard keys, so if she can secure a kill, you'll see the health bar jump way up, so she might be able to become too tanky for the red team to actually deal with. That might be in their favor, actually. That might be exactly what they need right here. Just getting in aggressive, getting out with the dash. Tempest extremely low HP, trying to escape, and does so. No kills on either side, but looking like a lot of hurt for both teams. Scoop's got low HP, trying to run away from the soldier. Just going to barely survive with that little bit of HP he has thanks to the reboot.
Oh!
Or not! Never mind! Okay,
Damn.
that could happen too. I guess he could get a precision shot from across the map. Wow. Sometimes we forget Rocco can actually do that.
I forgot like Body Hunter is like split humor's all or something, you know?
I had no idea there, but wow. Holy crap, that was just a wow. I don't have words for that besides, that was precision shot. I didn't think that was going to be a kill.
Yeah, that was diagonally across the map too, so you, right at the choke point, so you know that was a prediction, not just like a random shot.
Wow. Now the blue team's looking a little bit more healthy after that kill. They're up a couple kills over the red team. Their EXP's just about a level over. We see here Edster's going to get very aggressive, take a lightning bolt to the face and have to back off. But Ayla wants to get in there, gets the blood. Nope, never mind. She wants to get out there before she gets killed by the red team. She's going to get out there, and the lightning bolt combined with danger pins and everything else. Yeah, that damage almost killed Ayla right out there.
Really did. Almost was enough, but almost doesn't mean much once they're able to actually recuperate and heal up. So, and they're just going to be clearing out these choices. Lots of choices stay on bottom. Don't need to be pressing the fight right now. Esther's just really kind of zoning them out for this third punch. Let's cover the hammer right there, clearing up top. Let's get the regroup because red team is stuck together like blue right now. Blue team needs to, yeah, okay, now they are. So now they can actually try and make something happen. But there's a whiff, and Jess is above them. So they're kind of got the position advantage right now, and that's actually going to give Leader the time to get on Vids. Edster getting very, very aggressive. He's going to get knocked back. He's probably going to get punched for this. And here comes Scoop with the cleanup. It's going to hit last hit. Edster refill himself back to top. Bottom are going to get locked down. Now Tempest is in 1v3 scenario to defend, and Isla's not the best of defenders. Not a good situation. I don't know what Edster was thinking trying to do that jump pad. I guess he wanted to fight off the Invis or try and catch him out or something when they least expected it, but that just...
It's just a shame because... Oh, wow.
It's lightning ball and bindings and danger pins all hitting behind the turret. That's a gift.
That's so much combined DPS, well, not DPS, so much combined wall-piercing burst that it's kind of hard to defend as anybody, and especially since the blue team's got such a heavy melee focus, it's really hard for them too much. Jess looking to get rest of the danger pins, basically playing standard Jess, you guys get in their face as much as possible, really using those boxing gloves to their advantage.
Dude, and you got that hammer coming out, they have the droids there, and you allowed that hammer just get a little bit of turret chip right there. I mean, half a bar is half a bar, considering it's completely safe to do so. And the blue team is just really just like kind of relax on sticking together and play defensively until something that they can really utilize happens. Meantime, finally being picked up as leader is the cooldown reduction on Lightning Ball, in which that knocks off 1.5 seconds off the cooldown, which means he's dropping that much more damage out and putting that much more pressure in, and that's not going to be good for the blue team. The last thing they need is more pressure going on them, and just like, even when they're sitting behind this turret, like right here, Body Hunter has that much more to worry about. Now he's at one bar, they're all squishy. They're in that situation where they need to get more damage, but they also need kills, like especially on the route code, just to survive. So it's like a very bad thing.
Ooh, Soldier going in with the throw?
He's probably going to die trying to do this. And yeah, he's picked off. They're all low HP. They can make something happen. Yeah, just going down with two Tempest, and ends up Oh, even with that halberd he got from the kill on Edster, still manages to take down Mr. Manager, leaving Leader in a 1v2 scenario. However, Tempest is on top lane. He's got a lot of joint clearing to do, and Leader's going to be easily able to catch. He's actually trying to engage Body Hunter, but Body Hunter actually backs up a little bit. He misses, it dodges everything from Leader. He's now just going to opt to take that and to take the joint clear. So he goes back in again, tries to catch him with Lightning Ball, takes a lot of damage for him, even though he gets it off. And that Stealth Orb is there being hung on to. Blue team is saving it because they want to get it now that the regroup together and everyone's coming off. Yeah.
Also, Ayla's got those prison guard keys from the last fight, actually, and she's looking a lot more healthy. That health bar might be what she needs to win this fight.
There's the throw, and then there's the vengeance flank, locking him down. Well, she's a little bit wet, but now Tempest is chasing him down firm. It's not going to be enough. Now he's caught out. Oh, man, the third punch there. Oh, the knockback coming from the missile pod. Very well timed on Jess to push him back. That was almost just a few more properly hit vengeance hits and a slightly more down positioning from Body Hunter, and that was a great game. Great one.
A few whiffs in the blue team's part there, though. They almost had a kill, but the very dodgy Scoop dodged a lot and was able to get out there. Baby Carry Math on Scoop, and basically meaning he's in a really good position to negate tons of CC. Oh, that Lightning Ball on Tempest. Did you see his health bar just disappear there?
Basically.
Lightning Ball does a ton of damage, and combined with the both Heavily Fire and the damage upgrade, it does a lot, to say the least.
And well, I mean, look at his upgrades. He's got all the DOT upgrades. He's got Heavenly Fire. He's got Lightning Ball damage. He's got the whole damage trifecta. What's coming on, Mr. Manager? Counter initiation coming, but the counter initiation is that strong. That's Tempest going down to Jess. That's Body Hunter going down to Leader. That's a 2-for-0. Well, with base exposure against Squatters left to defend. Go Hill back at the base. These guys are going to be pushing down this bottom turret. Just give themselves more wiggle room or breathing room before they would go over the base. Edster doing the quick down to the super speedy throw off there. And he's going to whip. And he's going to get Lightning Balled back. He's going to make it out with just 1 HP. Looks like he's kind of terrified right now. He doesn't want base to get chipped. And he doesn't want to get fished out by anything. So he's going to have to be really careful. It's time to back up. Okay, he's straight. Alright, so now they're in a really bad situation. What can the blue team do to come back and get another wipe or anything?
They need to focus on kills. They need to secure the kills and make sure Ayla gets the kill for prison guard keys. They need to isolate them and finish them off. I mean, this sounds so silly, but I think as he picked up the deflect punch, might have been able to handle Coco a little bit better, and as well as Scoop and Scoop's hammer. It's not an upgrade you see very often. I mean, it is lag dependent, so it's very hard to take advantage of. But may have been the best rescue things. Oh, the throw going up from Body Hunter. Not
there
enough.
It is.
Okay. That is enough, actually. Never mind. Securing the kill and basically allowing the blue team to get a little bit more leeway. Super Droid they have to deal with from bottom, but that's a good step in their direction, and they can still turn this around and win.
Looks like Esther, he kind of wanted to force a 2v3 fight there, but the missiles honestly poked him out so there, and he still has to worry just about the immense damage that Binding's damage will do if he does choose to go in. They always got to make sure that they're able to survive that. That's kind of like the prerequisite there. If Binding's is enough to turn the tides, then they just can't. See, cooldown reduction coming out from Mr. Manager, combined with the fact that he also has the snow shovel, he's going to have that much more sustain, constantly snaring that much more, constantly poking. That's actually just not what blue team wanted right now. I actually really it kind of makes sense to me why he would get that instead of the kind of standard damage. Esther trying to go out, see what he can find, and the answer is nothing. And now we got footsie knots and lots of droid clearing. Body Hunter's missing a lot of these mission checks. Let's get more of the poke in. Oh my god, here comes the fight. This is probably going to be a good game. Tempest going down. Body Hunter's in 2v2 in a 1v3. He's in a bad scenario. He's in a bad spot. The fight is already forced.
He's a bad Spartan. He's trying to get out there. Missiles are poking down, and they're going for the core. Look how Leader just melt that core with the Scoop. Look at it just... It's butter. It's butter. It's... it's on a roll.
Dude, there's not much you can do there. Yeah, Leader does need to be a little bit afraid of getting gibbed. And Jess is going to go in his face, taking a lot of damage. Looking at the rocket build, I don't even know what he... Oh, he does pick up the kill, actually. So I don't know how he can get a kill. That's how. I guess I'm underestimating the Royal GPS Rocco has even without having a mustache. That was really, really well done. And they're out taking the jump pad. They know they can turn this around. Their base is less than a half, but it's not like a base that you can just sneeze on and kill. It still takes a hot second to get that done. Esther has the Invisible Scolder, which is not good. Mr. Manager just going to play smart, safely in front of that bottom turret, which is completely untouched. He's gonna get leader though. Where is his team, guys?
His team's hiding out.
Okay, y'all got it. Okay, y'all lucky he went down that pit to survive there. Yeah, he could have taken the jump pad and gone to the left and then scoop come up to tank some of that for him, but he didn't. Y'all got the kill. Like, y'all don't screw bottom turret, push the top turret. Like, that's a completely healthy bottom turret, and you guys are in a really bad situation. Y'all just have to take that top turret now. Like, don't have any chance of winning. That is y'all's win condition.
They need the core damage right now because their base is exposed entirely, so they need to really do something about it. I mean, destroying the bottom turret gives them more access to the open jungle and more options, so that might be why they're doing it right now. And it's a lot safer than, say, just attacking their top one at the moment. Really hard for them to go out there. I see lots of kills being picked up. I see Coco with maximum slow. Max slow is devastating and might leave the enemy team. Yeah, devastated. Body Hunter's trying to get out there. Esther just jumping in, but is unable to really finish off.
Oh, Esther's I guess survive, but I mean, what can you do? He's so low. He has like just a couple seconds to get in there, and he's already getting chipped, and he's already whipped the throw, which would have given him those little stat buffs. It's got to be over. That's it.
Yeah. That's it. That's Ed down. So that's the core destroyed.
And your winners is Canadian American Mojo. So what do you think they could have done differently?
Honestly, there's a lot of back and forth, and I thought this was a really even game. I think there should have been more opportunities to really capitalize on different situations. I don't think X3 Trophy may have been a good choice necessarily, but it might have been, depending on how they were doing, because they lost early towers, so having X3 Trophy to throw them back a little bit more. Other than that, not really sure what they could have done. I think Stim Stash might have been a better option for Rocco than the classics, the damage on his precision shot. Having the attack speed just to melt down the scoop and the Jimmy might have been a better option than just having the extra burst damage. Although that precision shot did come in handy, as we saw before.
I agree, but the DPS mustache is insane. One of the things you also don't get here mentioned too much, like, okay, say you're defending or you're pushing, even if like that mustache isn't targeted at someone, since this is an attack speed buff, not a damage buff, like that's more turret push. Like that's another few bars off the turret. That's the droids cleared that much faster. So you're actually like, whatever your objectives are, like whatever you're trying to do with your rapid arrows, you're doing better. You're even keeping vengeance up longer, so long as you actually just hit something with a precision shot. So that's like one of the things that come in. But then you saw, honestly, I saw lots of whip throws coming from Edster. You saw lots of whip precision shots, like Edster, you were talking about Rocco earlier. Like, Rocco is that player like where he's really got, like, it's his duty to really just kind of wear down the enemy team. Like, Isla just kind of cleans up. Like, if there's a fight, she comes in, she evilizes something, she rages until the fight is over and leaves, is what Isla does here. And Scolder pretty much just also hits everything, and he also locks down, and he sets stuff up. He's allowed to basically go and make a throw and kind of overextend a bit to set something up for his team. And Rocco is the one that pokes him down, because basically, you have footsie knots where no one's fighting each other, and everyone's full HP. Well, Rocco can make you guys all like 50% in just like 20 seconds, even less, without you guys ever actually even having a team fight. And then it's like, who even cares that they have all their abilities? So let's go fight them because they're all so low. Like, and so I know it's hard, but if you're constantly whipping some precision shots, man, then you're not really fulfilling the role that you can really be providing for your team right there. And between all that, I really think the other game-changing moment for me was when we saw Isla go in and she tried to rage him down. She had her engage joints. I think she had a level advantage, but oh my god, they all survived at like 1 HP before she died. And we all thought that was going to be her doing, like, she did what she was supposed to. It was just like one of those 1 HP differences that just was like darn bad luck, if anything. That's my opinion. That was one of the big game-changing moments.
Yeah, I could agree there. Well, there's still plenty of opportunity. This is the finals, so if Canadian American Mojo wins the next game, they'll take the finals and get the prize for this week, which is a skin, and get themselves a whole bunch of points. However, if Get Juked wins, they're on to a final game of the finals, and we'll have to see. I believe that they can make a comeback, and I think that comeback is possible, and we might see a third final game.
Oh, absolutely. You don't get to the finals for nothing, so we'll be back, my friends.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the second round of the finals. Will possibly be the last one, or might be the second to last one, we'll have to see. I'm Devmon, and I'm joined with Mr. Pillow.
Hello, 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 hello!
That's a lot of hellos. Well, that's good. That's really good. Just like this next match, next match is going to be. I'm already excited, and you should be able to see why.
We have round 2 of Get Juked versus Canadian American Mojo in the finals, and it's on Rivet 4, which always kind of changes how the drafts are usually played out, but this is kind of interesting because we see some interesting teams out. We have first ban on Get Juked is Coco. I'm pretty sure Leader is the only Coco that gets first ban in this game. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Canadian American Mojo is going to respond to the Genji ban. As always, don't let them have Genji. Get Juked, picked up Scoop. No rhyme, I guess that's technically a slight rhyme. The double pick out is going to be something that they've loved to do in Pocket Surprise with all tournament. Century Nibs, man. The absolutely savage classic dynamic duo. And then in response, we're going to see the next pick coming out from Yuri. Great response right away. Is the time bubble counter zone? It's Rivet 4. That was like the perfect second pick in response to what they just saw. They, instead of just saying, hey, we're gonna try and get these knots, they responded to the double pick that American Mojo threw out, and that was exactly who they should have picked, in my opinion. And then they're gonna go ahead and ban out Froggy G, which that makes sense. You know, you don't want those stuns setting up easy black holes. You don't want to get dash node while inside a black hole. And again, you have to worry about Jess there. Well, that's 2 respect bans, I think, is, you know, you're worried about Leader Coco, you're worried about just Frog. And then we're gonna see the ban out of Leon coming out from American Mojo. And then you see the last pick for, it's gonna be Ted on Get Juked. That's kind of interesting. That's like the first time I've seen Ted last picked on Rivet 4 before, and that's the first time this tournament I've seen Leon taking this long to either get banned or picked. And then the last pick in Canadian American Mojo, they forgot that they only get 2 bans. So they get the Leader Coco, they got the Jess Frog, but they did not get the Mr. Manager Lone Star out of the equation, and that's who the third pick is gonna be. I'm already terrified, dude. Like, think about it. Like, so, okay, you get the Max Slowbull, and, you know, Lone Star just plays crazy and just, you know, bulls people around, gets them slow when they're all running around. That's like the easiest black hole, just as light. And then Leader comes in, the Fire Breath, and just easy frags, man. And if he does suck him up with the black hole, the Dynamite's ready. That's just so much damage. That's like 1,000 damage on the Dynamite once it's maxed. Like, terrifying combo on the blue team. And while the red team has a very strong map control and lots of damage and team fight presence, like with that time bubble and whatnot. How do you think this will go down?
I'm scared of Sentry Nibs, because if they get the kills, Lone Star's going to push, and you can't stop Lone Star from pushing. But in turn, if they're not very careful about the area control, Yuri's going to be a monster. He's going to control the jump pad with all the mines, which is really going to limit their options and prevent them from moving around, which might be the deciding factor on their ability to basically try to take back the game. So in this case, Get Juked might be in a good position if they can play with Yuri, and if they can control the map as much as possible, and they need to deny the area for all of the enemy team. Ted, on the other hand, I think Ted's being played by Edster in advance, and wow, Airstrike is going to do a lot. Airstrike and mines, that's basically your bread and butter for Rivet 4.
And basically, it's going to really be hard for them to like get that map control going. Here's the thing about Lone Star. Lone Star's a good Rivet 4 not if his movement isn't restricted. He's constantly having to get out of the way of mines or use those ball mines to get them out of the way. He's constantly scared of dodging an airstrike, especially we see I don't care about the stun on airstrike getting picked up. I really hope we do. That's gonna be something that's gonna absolutely just like really mess up some of the momentum going on there, especially as everyone tries to follow up on a black call or get into position or whatever. So we're gonna have to really see how that one plays out. At the same time, great charge is gonna be coming out for Sentry. So he does it. He is able to start the black hole charge, pick up a mine, has a strong black hole all of a sudden while not taking that much damage and clearing the path for his teammates. So it's really gonna come down to who plays better. But if blue team can manage to work around their restricted movement, then they got this. If they can't, then they don't got this. This is what it's going to come down to.
And I would agree there.
Alright, are you ready? Would you like to give us a countdown, my good sir?
I will. Just as a reminder, if Get Juked wins this, we're moving on to a final match. If not, then Canadian American Mojo is our winner for this week. Right, with that out of the way, I'll do the countdown. So 3, 2, 1, go. Here they go to the races, picking up some early items. In terms of items, I'm going to predict just basic abilities. So who's playing?
Oh, it looks like we got Tippus playing Yuri, we got Buddy Hunter PT playing the Robo Scoop, and Edster playing his signature Ted. On the blue side of things, Leader is going to be playing Nibs, Jess is going to be playing Sentry, and of course Mr. Manager on that classic Lone Star. Melee fight coming out, we're going to see Black Hole catching Tippus out while he, in the meantime, Scoop is getting hit by the Fire Breath. Meaning that time bubble, not enough to actually catch anyone, but enough to ward them off from following up on Body Hunter. And Jess hasn't made a big play yet, he's trying to find the Black Hole, he's constantly just winning that top bush, the little broccoli-shaped bush so far. Not much coming of it, he's using his mines to restrict time, to restrict the jump out movement, but his mines don't do as much damage as Tippus's mines. And so now they're just kind of footsing on and up, trying to catch one out of the black hole, just not enough. When you see Gravity coming out and them just kind of hugging Jess right now, because he's really trying to make an initiation happen. He's really looking for the first blood.
The trial with the bull. The tried so hard with that bull, and he almost died for it too. That was a really aggressive Lone Star play, I have to say.
Dude, and looks like now that the red team's gonna be taking top. Hester needs to find some health and clear these shorts, who should be here seeing an airstrike as soon as they try and make a move on him. He's gonna pick up the health turret. They get the mines trying to start set up. The black hole's already hit. Now is when we should see the airstrike any second. A bit too far. Should have just been taken in the mid. That actually let Nibs and Mr. Manager just do whatever they wanted to do. Just gonna take the mine, but he doesn't really care. That's actually gonna put all the damage down. I get Edster's trying to make a prediction, but just keep it. Just put the airstrike there, like there, perfect.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's what you need to do, man. Don't make it hard on yourself. And Tippus,
that's
catches out Leader for the first blood.
Fortunately for Leader, just as Nibs, you have to be very careful. She can do probably the most damage in the game, I'd say, easily. But she's very squishy and very vulnerable, and I know she got aggressive on Yuri, but the time bubble's really going to hurt. We see Esther's actually picking up the early solar boss. That's going to give him a huge early solar and level advantage. That XP bar just jumped up right there, you can see it. And the solar's looking a lot better too. Blue team actually has control of the mid right now, but that doesn't matter because Edster has his airstrikes, and the airstrike basically forces him out of the chimney, which is devastating for the blue team.
Does. Yeah, there's an airstrike, there's some more poke. Let's talk about these items right quick. We see triple piggy bank coming out from the red team, 2 stages of time bar with the slow, double grenade, and then look at what Scoop has, is the penguin throw. I've literally never seen a competitive before. It increases the damage of a sword strike by 40% while Bunny and Justice is charging. Extremely situational. I don't know what to think of that. I think that was a terrible, dumb decision. I don't know what, if he's seeing something that I don't, but...
The Lone Star getting picked up by that Yuri aggressive play, though. That slow bubble, that was a very good investment of solar, I'd say.
Yeah.
But, wow. The Nibs trying to get in there, and does so with the Eternal Flames.
Not damage.
He does.
And that's just the 1-for-1 right there. It's going to let the map control be in favor of the red team. They're going to go ahead and get some push going. That's Yuri and Scoop on the turret. Jess going to go ahead and get in. Leo gets the fire there through there to ward them off. Black Hole's not going to catch anyone there, but they're going to be teleporting out. Really needs to be getting body damage. Okay, there's Idol of the Ice Queen. Okay, like earlier when that guy got killed up on the top lane, and from Tempest, he didn't even need to do that. If he just had Scoop at Bunny's damage, that was also just a kill on him without all that, honestly.
To be honest, sorry, I'm still freaked out about the penguin throne because I don't see that even in game. That's a huge item you pick up later on if you have a whole bunch of auto attack investment. But usually people with Scoop nowadays go for the halberd, which is not an auto attack upgrade. Well, it is an auto attack upgrade, but it doesn't improve his auto attack. We see the bullpen on Tempest. Tempest taking lots of damage, but it doesn't matter. We have some action going for Scoop. Scoop's going to try to get out there, and the whole red team manages to escape before the blue team's able to capitalize. Very good for the red team. Black Hole Sun going out, but does not land.
Indeed, and they're trying to zone him out. Jess is really trying to do what he can, Sentry to zone, but yeah, it's not that much. I would more like to see if they can find. I would love to see blue team be extremely patient with their abilities, which they really haven't been. and like it's almost play like the way like Scoop and Nyla plays, or like you always see these things too, where you just kind of go in and let yourself get beat up, and then see if you can get bait like something like Time Bubble and Airstrike, and then just trap them with a black hole and just go in. Oh, here's the play right here. The bullpen is even with the Time Bubble is still gonna put him in a terrible position. The black hole's gonna catch out, and that's gonna be a kill on Edster. The Fire Breath was ready for body on her PT with the last hit coming out from all alone. So right now Tempest is in a very bad position. Leader's gotta watch this bit. Don't teleport in time. Oh, the top solar boss to the rescue. Now he's caught in the black hole. That's gonna be a wipeout, but he gets hit by the solar boss. That's still a 1 for 3. That's a wipeout. That's a lone starter on the turret.
That lone star pushing that top tower. Wow.
That turret's destroyed. Jess is gonna go ahead and set that up. Not even really pushing on that hard because he is a sentry, but he's gonna go ahead and have it set up for his lone star. Absolutely crazy. What do they gotta do right now to come back? Can they do it?
I was expecting a kill there, to be honest.
Yeah, same here.
Be a kill.
The bull timed.
Yeah, it was good. Wow, Piggy Bank's clean out. In terms of getting kills and everything, they just need to really secure it with the Yuri denying the area, and they need to get their feet back on the ground. They need to make as much push as possible and prevent them from taking hold. Good airstrike to really deny the middle. Oh, Jess almost goes down to all the mines. Thank goodness he was charging up the black hole. Otherwise, that would have just been a really sad kill.
Really would have been. I give props to something Leader did in that wipeout, by the way. Oh, bull coming out on Tempest is not gonna really mean much. Okay, it was almost something. It almost meant something. Oh no! Here it comes! Here it comes! The Time Ball is gonna get wasted, and then Black Hole and all three of them, they're all getting down just a tick of HP. How much HP does Scoop even have? He is sitting at 50 HP right now.
He had 10 HP, which is basically the equivalent of 1 HP while that was happening. He barely survived. Any amount of HP.
One more tick of Fire Breath. One more tick of freaking Fire Breath.
Oh, that is sad. Well, the Bull going out in Body Hunter, we got the Fire Breath going out. It's going to be enough to do a whole bunch of damage, but look at that Scoop. Look how resilient he is. That HPR is just the perfect size for him. Esther is pushed out in a position where he may not want to be in, doing lots of damage though with those grenades. And you see that the, you've got the Nibs going back for HP right now. Blue team's in a very good position. Just a little bit ahead in terms of the EXP and also the solar, as well as the turret. But red team has the advantage to come back, or they have the opportunity to come back from this. You see here that
there's the bull, but he's gonna catch out Tempest, but effort Mismarriage is gonna go down 1 for 1. Pretty much solid when he tried that bull. They could have gotten something out of it. That was the maybe, but it was definitely going to be a kill, Mr. Manager.
I think the red team's doing a really good job of taking the solar bosses, and that's really giving them an advantage. Esther almost dies to it, and it's going to get the solar boss to Body Hunter because, well, you don't want to get puked on and just die for no reason.
And the black hole's going to be a whiff. One of the things that we talked about the twice Scoop got out of 1 HP. Like, I'm just going to say it. Buy Snow Shovel instead of stupid crap like Pig and Throne before you regret it. Just do it. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's not a good idea. The Time Ball is catching them out, and just enough for them to take out Mr. Manager, but the Leader's going to come back in with the Orb last hit on them. Just is nowhere to be seen, and he's going to go ahead and start clearing out. It's got the black already. Him and Leader came group up, maybe catch them on lane rotation, but they're just going to push that bottom lane instead.
Seems like they're doing really good work. I mean, I've yet to see the Penguin Throne really do a lot of work. If he can, I'll be impressed. But right now, it doesn't seem like it's contributing much. And like you said, Snow Shuffle, even Halberd. Like, honestly, Halberd is a little bit cheaper and would have made him survive a lot more. And with those kills going off, I think that would have been a way better option.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we see, there's the black hole. Leader can't really follow up. He's actually making the smart decision to go after Edster, but Edster's still making down 1 HP. And then Mr. Manager is going to get caught by that mine, and it'll clean 1 for nothing in favor of Get Juked. Might just be the combat that they really starting to need here. And there's the airstrike really pushing up those lanes. Jess is now going to be defending by himself until his buddy on Leader's back on the field, which they're rushing top. They're all kind of low. Nibs can be aggressive here. I think he's just kind of scared. Wants to keep it safe. I think he was aware of the HP situation there. Scuba's picking up Halberd and Justice. Not good for the blue. Now they really got to make it where it counts, because if one of them goes down in the team fight, they're going to lose a kill on Scoop and just gotta take a lot of damage. Now they're going to regrouping. They need to get back together. Mr. Manager is really by himself right now. Guys, get back together. There's the black hole. There's
Oh,
the
there
triple
it
black
is.
hole. Oh, 1 HP. Come on, get someone, get someone, get someone. There's the teleporter. I was about to say, where's the beacon? You should be getting that flank really easily. There's a clean 1 for nothing on Tempest. And now they're all getting out. Oh, man, that was so close. Just so close to being a wipeout. Oh, my
almost a
gosh.
kill on the Nibs, too. Holy crow, that airstrike did tons of damage. That chocolate monster egg just protected her just barely.
It really did.
In terms of upgrades, though, I mean, I think Get Juked has a good opportunity for late game. Well, I mean, Scoop's kind of invested into it with his auto attack, increasing upgrade through the Penguin Throne. But you've got Yuri with the slow and speed up bubble with Ted. That's going to just, oh yeah, that'll do it right there. The airstrike going off just to deny as much areas. Oh, Esther just barely getting out there with the health kit. And we have the middle being controlled by Yuri, as well as Scoop getting ready to counter-initiate right in the middle. You have Lone Star pushing with the bull with that slow bull.
Ooh.
But that bubble, the bubble is enough to really slow him down, and the airstrike just falls up with so much damage. Red Team's trying to make a comeback right now, and the solar bosses that they have been doing have really contributed to the EXP and solar value, so they're not falling behind. They've invested in their future, and they've been able to keep up.
Now, Mr. Manager there, I get it, slow bull into turret, it seems obvious, but just regroup. Now, they're all keep making plays, and while one of them is dead, one at a time. Guys, let's get regrouped before you throw the game. Like, that's, like, literally what happened is even though he made a good play that would have worked if all 3 of them were there, like, they weren't, and so you just got 2v3'd and died. That is literally what happened. And it's just not good. That time bubble popped and everyone followed up. There's the black hole there. Not really ready to catch it. One of the things that's kind of hard to make happen because you really got to have really good reaction times and make a good kind of risky read. But you see Edster, he's going to be hanging out on bottom. He said he's got that airstrike going up top. You usually see people get split lane because it's kind of easier than constantly lane rotating together to get all the droids. And you get someone that can kind of fish up like Coco or Ted, for example. Oh, well, we'll talk about this in a second. There's the black hole, but the time bubble is going to catch everyone out. Dude, Tibbs is on point getting those time bubbles on the black hole, and that's going to let Edster finish off Mr. Manager, like, constantly. Just black holes, time bubbles, almost, or Mr. Manager, slow bulls, Tibbs time bubbles.
Oh, the
like,
tower's
nailing it.
down right now. Wow. Sorry, yeah, look at that bubble. Wow. Tempest is just, well, I hate to say it, but Tempest is actually, I think, really being the backbone of the team, just causing them to really come back right now. Just because of Tempest, the bubble, just they have enough damage and they can't place it on entirely. It's just that's why that bubble's making a huge difference.
It really is. Oh, there's the airstrike coming out. It's gonna miss everything. There's the black hole. Biting's popped. A leader getting in position to see what he should be doing for his team. Orb gonna come out and it's gonna be disengagement. They need to get that top lane and clear that out. And they know. Okay, so footsie knots. What sort of items should we see everyone investing in right now?
Well, I see Yuri with the heal bubbles. His bubble's maxed out. He's got flash, heal, and slow, which is devastating. Really good bubble. Ted, well, I guess Edster's gone for a maximum DPS. Bubbles protecting from the black hole sun allows them to get aggressive on the Nibs, gets the kill, and they're in a really good position right now. Jess is going to have to back off, and, well, I guess Lone Star's not in a really good position. Ted is melting that top tower as much as possible. We can see here that they've got the top control, and they're just going for that top tower. They're just going to go for base at this point. See it just melting underneath them, and Lone's just going to be left alone to defend the top. He's going to use the dynamite sticks as much as possible.
What's Jess doing?
Yeah, it's like, wow. Oh, wait, what is... Oh, Jess, come on. He's just pushing the bottom.
He's gonna beacon us. The only thing they do that.
Yeah.
They kind of knew. And he's still taking a lot of damage. Tries to see the black hole. Try to pressure them off. But God, look at that turret. Like, dude, just defend for once in your life. Like, what was that? Come on. I get the play, but Red Team really didn't care and just kept pushing Mr. Manager. And it wasn't until their push was over that they even decided to do something about it. And he got one bar off that turret and almost died.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any more black hole fire combos yet. They're not really sticking together as closely as they should be for the combo. If we have the black hole, if we have the fire, way too late, to be honest. And Yuri's
he's
just
afraid of the time bubble.
That's true. That bubble's been screwing them over. Although the chocolate monster egg, it does help with that. It's not quite enough. Seems like the red teams really made their picks and really made the appropriate decisions to really counter out the combo that the blue team has. See, the solar boss might get a kill, might go for the Jess, might actually just die and give it to Scoop instead to get the kill on leader right there. And the red team's in a great position to push right now. Jess is in a position at the bottom, just trying to get droids back as much as possible, but that doesn't mean anything for the top. Meanwhile, Manager's going to have to hold top as much as possible, and the blue team is really just losing on both fronts. The red team sticking together so much, and that power of the Yuri just allows them to push down the towers so much. Flash for wow.
Oh!
That kill. Yeah, that airstrike kill. That airstrike kill was fantastic.
Freaking hammer into airstrike. Classic.
I have to say that Stimpack with flash forward, wow. That's some of the best things I've seen. Yeah, that DPS is insane. It's really working up for the red team. I'm glad that Edster's really done that. Airstrike is nice, but just the raw DPS to melt down towers, really, really good. Really good. I think that this might be going into a third game if they keep it up like this.
And like we earlier when we casted, we talked about like Edster, just like the amount of damage he can do once he has support, which like Yuri's building the support on him. Right now, he's at 130,000 damage that he's inflicted so far. Second most damage inflicted is Lone Star at 90,000. Like,
that's a big gap.
Yeah, he's a big powerhouse. Like, he's just doing so much numbers onto the board, constantly landing this stuff. Nibs is having so much fun. Like he knows they ain't gonna fall for it, but Mobile Analytics Laboratory Zuri, the thing that resets the there's the black hole, there's the fire breath. Is that he's got on the time bubble? When you do that time bubble, such a perfect answer. They succeeded so much on that pick of Yuri as a response to Nib's Sentry. They absolutely nailed it, and Tippus is on point every time. See, there it is again, and now Jess might just be dying here every time.
Oh my god.
They absolutely have to bait that time bubble in order to make this combo work, and Tippus is not getting baited, and he's not falling for anything, he's just waiting patiently. He's staying next to your team, and he's just waiting for something to happen to him for him to quickly click that little team fight win ability and just instantly get the frag and then save everyone's life.
Just like that. Yeah, wow. Just wow. The time bubbles are really, that's the skill that's changing the whole game.
It really is. Oh.
Yuri's a really solid counter pick to Nibs, and they weren't prepared for that. Otherwise, I mean Genji, but Genji got banned, and Genji would have had Bronco Yeast.
Yeah.
Other than that, we see the cooldown of mines, the lifesteal for mines. Well, not lifesteal, but I guess health kits, but may as well be lifesteal. Just that bubble, that bubble. There's not much you can say. It's just flash forward with the slow, combined with all that DPS. There's no way. As soon as Yuri gets close, you're dead.
I don't even know where they're trying to make a play when Leader was at the shop. Like, that would have been a nice play if Leader was there. And that wasn't Leader not showing up to team fight. That was like Leader couldn't be there, and they should have known better to even try and fight a 2v3. They've done that multiple times throughout this fight, and it's just not going good for them at all. And now they're in a bad situation where they're defending 2v3 on the base while they wait for Mr. Manager to get back. Like, and they're getting bots of they're keeping the aerial advantage, which is the important thing to do, and that's
the fire breath
setting it up. Here it comes.
Yeah.
There's a 1 for 2 so far. Can they pick up Body Hunter? They have to be able to pick up Body Hunter unless he can get the Halberd Justice, but he's not going to be able to. That is your wipe out led up to you with the Mr. Manager in those bulls, man. And after the great first black hole from Jess, they really cleaned up just exactly as they should. That's what they need. I don't know if they know they could Druid on that base. Okay, you're hopefully gonna let the 4 droids pick it off and not gonna relent on their push. We saw last time what happened when turret down went from like full to nothing. Last time there was a wipe, Mr. Manager was on it. Now we should see the second turret go from full to nothing now that Mr. Manager is on it. Like, it's a Lone Star. And it's still 3 bars.
Except
time bubble into the airstrike. He's gonna die in there. It is. Just get out, guys, get out.
Oh, Peter's getting really hurt. Wow. Again, not with any auto attack investments, but I guess it does a little bit of damage. I guess he's just stacking damage for the most part. All the damage upgrades on the row.
Yeah. It's just taking a sneaky solar boss right there just to put him back, actually put him back up 13, 1 level difference instead of 2 levels. And now they're going to be taking that bottom turret, which is going to be kind of good for the blue team. At least they still have that much more breathing room to work with, that much more to delay, you know? Like, hey, they want to take this rather than go to base, which makes sense because Rubit 4 is like a really hard base to push if you haven't opened up both turrets. Like, you really don't get, like, it's really such a hard choke point, so you really got to do some platforming just to make it, then it's so tiny once you make it through it. Jess looks like he's waiting for the black hole charge. I think he should have ignored Body Hunter and gone down to where the fight was happening. And if Body Hunter doesn't show up, just press that 3v2 advantage. But now Jess is caught out. And it's because he did fight the wrong person. The red team showed up. He's barely getting out.
Night Vision Spy Watch for that movement speed on charging black hole saved him right there, guaranteed.
It did.
But yeah, you see here that the bottom turret taking some damage. Now it's taking some damage. Now they could need to try to get aggressive, but they can't because Yuri's just too much of a powerhouse against their team comp. They were really out comped here, and just they should have played around that too. They had the early game. They had a really good push. Lone Star just managed to massacre the top tower, but now they're losing their foothold, and Yuri's pretty much fully set up with his the bubble all the time.
It really is. Oh, he's caught out with a black hole, but okay, nothing really gonna happen. And they're just gonna keep that push up, and then they're waiting for the next set of droids. That's footsie knots. I mean, that's just footsie knots. And Jess is starting to build into that teleburst. He's got the first stage of Circuits of Time, which leaves the little decoy behind. I don't know how good of a teleburster Jess is. I haven't seen a Sentry till this tournament. But, I mean, if he can teleburst and he builds that in, that's a team fight decision. That might actually be what they need, is get in there, get that that 2.5 second silence going off. And if they can actually get them, especially before a tie ball is popped off, that might just be the white that they need. So don't forget, that top turret of the red team. Oh, there's
nothing followed up.
Yeah, there's the time bubble, and they're going to pick off a double kill. Okay, that's not good. Yeah.
Not for the blue team, at least. But it means another match, probably, given this rate. We have Jess defending the core by himself, and there's nothing to really do. He can spam some auto attacks, but really doesn't do much. Even with a full invested auto attack, heal bubble, splash forward, mines. Just nothing to do. He's going for the teleburst, really good aggressive teleburst, but it's not enough damage to do anything about it. Oh, actually, almost wiped them by himself.
A little bit longer. If he actually had teleburst damage, that would have been the triple. Honestly, it really would have been. But like. Yeah, he had like that was the times where investments, for example, in pills and driver for skulls, where if put into that damage, that's what we needed. I think one of the lessons we can learn right away here is, okay, so if you want to play Sentry and can't teleburst, you can still do it in competitive. We've seen Jess do it all tournament. But if you're up against those counters like Yuri, then you gotta be able to, you either don't pick Sentry, you ban those out, or you gotta be able to get that silence off. Period. I think that's one of the really things changing there. I guess you can't really play Sentry. Props to him for trying out new things, though. That's something we need more of, is people trying new stuff out and getting more comps going. Then they, you know, look at the comp of American Mojo, Lone Star, Sentry, Nibs. Like, no, not really, not so you see every game, but they tried to make it work, and yeah, so it's one of those things where maybe they can apply those lessons, and I feel like in the future they could have made this same comp work against the other team.
I think, yeah, it was really experimental, a really good chance, but they didn't play around the Yuri enough. Yuri really carried it for Get Juked. Yuri made a huge difference, and then followed up with all the damage he got from Scoop. Scoop just built max damage basically on the bindings, and you had Edster with max DPS and Ted. Massive DPS. He had 152 DPS, and the next highest one was Lone Star and the Sentry at 107, so made a big difference there. Nibs wasn't able to capitalize on any of that, and if Nibs can't do anything, she really can't do anything. Her auto attack's melee, and she's really squishy, so as soon as Fire Breath is useless, she's pretty much useless for the most part. So very well played on Get Juked part by picking the right team members and just holding on and just making sure they had the right upgrades.
Yeah, I completely agree. Anyways, guys, don't forget that American Mojo won round 1, and now we got Get Juked winning round 2, so Devmon, what do we have here? Is this a tiebreaker?
This is actually probably the first tiebreaker in this whole week. I think it's always been for the best of threes, just games on one side. So first tiebreaker of this week. We'll see.
Finals.
And the finals, so this will be intense. We'll take a short break, and then I'll catch you in a little bit for the final match of this week. everyone. Welcome to the final countdown. It's me, Devmon, with my co-host, Mr. Pillow.
Hello.
More hellos than you could ever imagine. This is the final game. Are you excited, Mr. Pillow?
I am. We are at a tiebreaker in the finals. I mean, that's just the quintessential. You gotta be hyped and excited for any tournament of any variety.
Even the Happy Hello Kitty tournament.
Which I'll be casting right after this, man. Make sure you guys check it out.
Anyways, let's get down into it. Again, Canadian Mojo versus Get Juked for the final match of Week 3. On Sorona of all maps, map that we've seen I think once today and went by fast, but that was a stomp. That was an outright stomp. And these guys, like the last game on Ribbit, 20 minutes, I think we can expect maybe up to a 40-minute match. So are you ready for the endurance match?
Let's do it. Let's take a look at these comps. And we have Canadian American Mojo is pick Team 1, ban out Scoop, Get Juke, banning out Genji. They first pick on Mojo is Leon. Classic! You got the 3 SDers all dealt with out of the way. Get Juke, getting Coco, denial pick the leader, and Froggy G, denial pick the Jess plus Froggy G on Sorona. Really don't want those guys on those knots, it looks like. American Mojo. Second pick Swiggins, counter to Frog, and ban out Yuri, which I can see why that Yuri was freaking annoying last game. In response, ban out of Clunk coming out from Get Juke makes sense. You got the deal with the anchors and the tongues that really set him up. And then American Mojo is going to pull out the Jimmy. God, they love that Jimmy. Just as a really aggressive Jimmy that really keeps the pressure applied. Get Juke, going to pick up the Ted. Have a way of dealing with the Jimmy and all of them. A really good push. And of course, Edster's main. How do you feel about these comps?
I love Swiggins. I won't lie, I main Swiggins, and I play a lot of Swiggins. I like seeing Jimmy in the luck spot. However, when it comes down to the comps, I think the aggressiveness that Frog and Ted bring, along with Coco just to knock back the Jimmy, they've got a lot of control there. Swiggins and Leon and Jimmy can get incredibly aggressive, but if Coco and the Ted play very defensively and just knock them back with some counter initiation, I think Get Juke would be in a better position. But that'll be down to skill, I think, in the most case.
These are very aggressive team fights in our comps. Like, we're going to see lots of 3v3s coming out, lots of attempts of initiation. I'm going to give it up to one. Okay, there's two things I see. We're typically used to tournament being 40 minutes, but there's not really any amazing clearers. You have Coco and you have Ted. Get Juke can stall harder than American Mojo can. American Mojo is 100% melee. They have no poke, and Ted and Coco has a lot of poke. And that's a really big advantage that gets you tasks over American Mojo. On the other side of things, American Mojo has initiation. They have knockback, they have tongue, they have anchor. Get Juked at the most has a splash dash or well-timed lightning ball. And it's going to be hard to get that well-timed lightning ball on such a big and open map that Sorona is. And I'm going to give it up to American Mojo, unless Get Juke can really kite them constantly, which is going to be a very scary thing to do, because one misstep you're initiated on and you're dead. Then American Mojo looks like they have the ability to slam into them and pick up a frag and not get locked down.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Now with that, are you ready to get into the game?
Let's do it, my dude. Would you like to give us one more countdown to end the series with?
Right, this will be Week 3's final. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Here they are. Clickety-clack, down the tracks. Go, trains, go. I'm expecting probably base abilities for pretty much everyone.
Indeed, we have Edster picking up his abilities on his Ted. Froggy G is going to be played by your Body Hunter PT, and Tippus will be playing Coco. On the front side of things, you have Jess playing the Jimmy Lux 5000, Mr. Manager playing the Leon, and Leader playing Swiggins. I did not expect that. I don't think I've ever seen Leader play Swiggins before.
I think that is actually a first. I've not seen Leader play Swiggins, but given how good Leader is, I think he can do it. I think there's a lot of potential.
Dude, oh, that tongue's gonna already be a whiff. Blue team taking that mid hard, and Body Hunter using the splash dash poke. Kind of giving it out, and liking those jump pads, but the Ted is gonna kind of help push him out. Well, red team is about to be going in any second now. I can feel it, I can taste it, I can smell it in the air. Just wants to get some health. They're looking for it. Swiggins says, look, they got so much initiation power. They can really
there it is.
Stay close to red pressure. Tippus is gonna get it out. The Humboldt's gonna be out for intermission for a little bit. Like, one of the things I'm already seeing, red team is like so much more like just like allowed to just stay right outside the range. Cause
almost a worm.
Yeah,
Almost a worm on
very
bottom.
close. Leader's in a bad position. He's gonna get first blooded more than likely. Oh my gosh, and he gets the on bottom body. It's not gonna be enough. He made it. He lasted as long as he could have, but yeah, that was it. That was it.
Jess really wants to get that blood, but couldn't. Swiggins gonna pick up some early bursts using Piggy Bank. Not sure if that's the best case, because it looks like on Sperona you probably want a little bit more sustain. Might have been a better idea to invest into the Medican, but we'll see how that plays out. However, I guess they are getting aggressive as possible, trying to get those kills anyway, so might be a good choice in that case.
Indeed, and the advantage is definitely with the blue team so far, despite my prediction. And looks like they're just kind of clearing out a bit. We definitely need to see some core abilities coming out on the red team. You know, we need to see the danger pins, of course. Leon get the silence, tongue damage going in. Just Swiggins kind of get some of his stuff, like the Ancient Octant. I think like maybe 5 minutes from now. Maybe just not terribly long, not like solid into mid game, completely out of early game, but just a little bit from now. We need is when they'll start getting super aggressive at mine. They're just waiting a tiny bit to build the advantages. So Jazz is trying to get the initiation on that serve, but it's not enough.
That was some really good charging though, because it's really hard to get behind them as Jimmy. I know there are the jump pads, but you risk yourself getting shot by the turret, and there's also a lot of counter initiation going on. See the red team getting as aggressive as possible in this situation. I think they're doing a really good job about it. However, blue team's got the mid control. Ezra with those grenades. Those grenades are doing a lot of work, and there may not be a Yuri in the game, but you gotta watch out for those mines.
And it looks like Let's Brawling. Ezra getting back to the scene, but he's gonna launch right into the missiles. The airstrike gonna be another. Wait, did that hit? Okay, I think that hit Leon. I'm dumb. Jimmy almost going down, and out of just 1 HP. All that poke coming out from the grenades, really hampering him down now. Now the blue teams get the airstrike on Mr. Manager, putting less than half. Setting up some droid poke, putting the mines all around, and they're gonna go in. They're gonna dash nail that turret, get some auto type chip from Coco, and take off a few bars and get out while the red team is moved back up and waiting for the Leon to be back on the field. There's the Piggy Bank coming into double silence now. This is the first stuff I wanted to see. That's gonna be some of the stuff that really needs to happen in order to let the red team get aggressive. I feel like the red team is just like. Hey, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but they're just waiting to blow up. They're just waiting to get that final thing they need to push them over the edge and just allow them to do what they want.
Speaking of which,
gonna die.
Double kill.
But Ezra trying to catch it up. He's gonna get out of this.
That's a wipe. That's an early wipe for the red team. That's really good for this map because, in particular, Serona is so hard to push, especially with 3 melee characters. So they might just try to tank that bottom, get that bottom down as much as possible. The anchor to tank the turret. That's a standard Swiggins strategy. And look at that turret. Look at it melt. Look at the health of that turret melt.
They have clothes in Humble to tank that turret. That's actually a lot. That's a dead turret.
That was super fast, and there was just 2 of them, to be honest.
I just imagine if Jimmy's in there to help tank it too. Like, that's a lot. This is trying to fish someone out, but it's not going to mean it. We got footsie knots here while everyone regroup.
Actually, some damage on Jess taking those grenades like there's no tomorrow. I know that they look like oranges, but they don't taste the same. They're a little bit more explodey. In terms of upgrades, though, Frog with the Piggy Bank into Hydro Splash and the Mutant Worms Limited Ninja Edition, which is the extra burst on auto attack. Oh, Ezra being picked up by the tongue, and the auto attacks are coming off of Leon. Leon very good at assassination. And you see here that Swiggins actually picked up a little bit of an early stage on his anchor health, actually. Looking to lock him down as much as possible. Again, like you said, countering that frog as much as possible. Swiggins is a good frog counter.
Well, one of the issues I honestly think has happened so far is that we get the push coming on top to just waiting for the right landing ball. His team's nowhere near him. Still known to be waiting for the team fight. But I feel like draft-wise, here comes out the fight. Ezra's gonna get cut out, and Jess is trying to make it happen. He's gonna kill himself in order to take out Ezra. Jess has never wanted to let anyone get away no matter what. Now, tongue out on the body under, he's gonna skedaddle. I feel like in the draft, Blue Team was so obsessed with denying the mains of American Mojo that they just let American Mojo run wild with the pigs, and like just this lack of initiation is gonna kill them if they let it. Like Red Team is constantly swimming into them, and putting pressure on squishy knots that can't counter initiate really is not a good thing. Like they don't have the options to like make something happen, you know.
Exactly. And it's really hard for them. Leon picking up... Oh, never mind. There goes the anchor drop securing off the kill in Coco. Really good play there with all that burst. Red team's really working together to get aggressive as aggressive as possible, and it's really working out. Coco's looking to get some more CC just to hold him back as much as possible, which is probably what they exactly need, but it's not going to stop Leon from killing the Ted right there and putting the Frog in a bad position. He's got low HP, looking to get out. Leon's looking for the assassination, gets the tongue in midair, and allows them to push that turret. You might see Humboldt coming out with the Leon clones, or Coco could be there to defend with the Lightning Ball. Or not. That looks like the turret might go down as long as they have enough damage and aggressiveness, which they do. That tower's going down, and Red Team's in a fantastic position. A couple leads, levels ahead, they've got lots of money, and wow, this has been a really solid position.
They really are. The snowball's going to be coming out like it's about to go back to just one level advantage, but they have a lot more items. I mean, look at this item. No one on the blue team has more than 3 upgrades right now. Whereas, look at Leon. He's got 2 ticks of silence, thing of tongue damage. He's got Pilot Nora, thing of regen, another thing of tongue damage, and a Sage of slow. That's a lot. But, I kind of just talked about that during a fight. I'm a bad caster. But the summary of it is that Leon goes down in a 1-for-0, while everyone on the blue team gets out at 1 HP. And I don't know what they could have done differently because I was just too busy looking at the items. XD.
XD. Indeed. And Jess is going to go down to the Splash Dash, leaving them in a bad position. And actually, blue team's starting to make some kills, and they're starting to get really aggressive with their damage. I'm not sure what changed in their mind, but they were able to really get out there. They got the kills, and they might be able to push something down right now. Actually, well, Ted's turn, being playing Ted might be able to do something on the turret more than anybody else with that range and also that pure DPS. Frog's doing a really good job assassinating and really finding the damage where it needs to be applied.
And blue team is going to looks like they need to go ahead and just regroup, reheal up, and just get back together to see if they can make something happen. In the meantime, they just got more upgrades coming on the red team. Jess is building damage and now has things still boxing gloves. So it's tank. Here's the fight. Here's the anchor coming out, trying to catch out Coco. He's 1 HP, but the team is counter-initiating. And Body Hunter and Ezra on the prowl. There's the Leon. Can you find him? Oh, come. Please don't whip the Splash Dash. Don't whip the Splash Dash. And he's silenced. We're just going to keep him from doing it. Nice, Tom. Nice, Tom. Just took a bit too long. Body Hunter had the chance on that jump pad, and he just did not have the reaction speed. And so, Mr. Manager, we'll be looking to see another day. And yeah, they're just going to have to clear out now.
We're seeing one of my favorite upgrades in the game, actually, the Palladium Teabag Chain on Swiggins. An upgrade you rarely see. Swiggins spec. He's usually just doing the burst and the CC, but this is an extra duration on the tether. Up to potentially 5 seconds, which is actually quite insane, as long as it gets used. And well, Jess getting, oh, that stun strike, Jess gets killed off right there. We got the tether going out, pulling down Coco, but not enough. The anchor just gets melted. Meanwhile, blue team's in a good position, but is Body Hunter going to get out? Not quite. The slow blade on Leon is actually going to hold him down just enough to get the couple ticks. Now Leon has to really recuperate with the Swiggins to really apply some damage right now. Not having the frog there means that they're a little bit more vulnerable. We see here that the anchor goes out, and the airstrike goes out, and managed to get some damage, and Coco's going to have to back off, low HP. Lots of brawling going on. Lots of brawling going on.
Yeah, but it forced them out of lane, so even though there wasn't a kill, American Magic totally won that little mini 2v2 and allowed them to continue their push and set up the droids even further. Now Body is getting caught out as he tries to set up his flank. Another team fight is forced. Leader's going to have to go back to let that humble present. It's go out down there forever. Now time for Mr. Manager to go and fish him off. And Ezra's going to go ahead and finish him off.
That's a wipe.
But it's going to take him so long that it's going to leave Mr. Manager there to take out that turret. Leon turret. He's got a bunch of droids already. He's got like 5 or 6 of them. He's got a clone. Leader is going as fast as he can. Swiggins is so slow. He's doing it. Look at him go.
Wow, look at that.
Body Hunter's there. He's just going to get tongue through it, and that passes is clear. What are you going to do? Oh, he's got out, and
the duration.
Teabags is keeping him there to get the kill. There's your favorite upgrade. Enough time to finish out the turret so they can get access to him. Classic. Body Hunter should have just said screw this turret and let it go instead of dying.
That was wow. And that turret's already gone. We're at 10 minutes or 11 minutes in the game, I stand corrected. But that push, they got really aggressive, and the blue team's got nothing against that. They couldn't hold them back. The aggressiveness that the red team had was just capital to their success.
I mean, what I tell you, you know, like, they don't have the droid clears that makes runners take so long. Froggy G tried to defend that turret and he died. Like, Froggy G is so crap on defense and just trying to defend the turret that's being pushed hard by himself. And, like, so that happened, and he just died, whereas, you know, Raylan would have tossed the rift and cleared that, Yuri would have had the mines, however, Genji would have, like, storm jumped through that. That shows you right there, like, why Sorona is such a stally map, you know what I mean?
Well, it's because it all comes down to a choke point at the end there anyway, so as long as you have one person putting down mines or time rifts, you can hold it down. We have the initiation going out, Etzer really low HP trying to get out there, get picked up by leader. The Palladium teabag chains hold him down forever, and just allows him to be picked off. Really good play on the Swiggens right there. We have the Frog getting out there, double clocks is enough to keep him alive, but it doesn't have enough effect to basically defend the core. That Splash Dash finishes off the Leon, but again, might not have enough time. Going for a Splash Dash on Jess, but Jess is going to survive. Meanwhile, Body Hunter's just in a bad position, not enough time for the cooldown. Nope, still kills him off, but it doesn't stop the core from being killed. And that's actually going to go to the Canadian-American Mojo.
Airstrike's like unanimously taken off and killing leader. Like, it's literally like in the last frame before it would have killed him.
Oh, it is Kizzy, the giant white pillar.
And, well, that settles it then. Your winner this week for week number 3 of Awesome Brawl Weekly is a Canadian-American Mojo. Your players this time, what is it, Jess, Mr. Manager, and Leader. Doc couldn't make this one today. They're a typical 4th. And so, yeah, that was just a crazy fight. Like, what happened this match in the tiebreaker that they could have done differently in order for Get Juke to come back?
Character selection. I like Coco, I like Frog, I like Ted, but they needed something to hold down the aggressiveness. This is crazy, but I think Scree would have been a good choice because Totem, as a physical wall to interrupt, you know, the dash, the tongue, the anchor, would have been a good, like, basically a block. They needed something to stand in the way, or Scoop. Oh, except Scoop was banned, so never mind that. Clunk, I'd say, but Clunk would have been played aggressively, so again, Scree probably would have been a better choice than maybe Frog.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they set themselves up to be counterpicked because, again, they're obsessed with those mains. Like, I mean, Swiggins versus Froggy G is honestly just a one-sided fight, more than anything else. Plus, Coco used the wrong skin, which also contributed to defeat, which that's never a good thing to do.
That's the most important part of playing Coco. You have to use the exact right skin in the right situation.
Basically. So, I don't really have much to add regarding this game. Do you, or are you ready to hop into the post-game announcements?
No, I think I'm ready to go into the post-game announcements. That was... wow. Thank you, Palladium Teabags.
Indeed. Well, let's start it off. Let's talk about the points. This is a weekly tournament that culminates in a bracket that consists of the top 8 performing teams, and this is measured by points. Every time you play a bracket weekly, you're awarded a certain amount of points based upon how you perform. The further in the bracket you make, the more points you get. So about the standings. In first place right now is Full Monty at 62 points. In second place is Mature Dads at 56. Third place is going to be Canadian-American Mojo at 44. Get Juked is at fourth place with 40 points. Knockout is going to be at 37 points. And Akio is going to be at 32 points. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, that is your top 8. Sorry, I'm dumb. I have trouble reading. So, with that in mind, very, very close. The threshold to make it into the top 8 right now is 32 points. And the next one available is Apathy at 24 points. Now, then you have NACL 17, What a Hero at 16, Mean Machine at 16, Novelux at 15. Lots of room for these guys to make it over there. They just got to make pretty much semifinals at least 1 week, and they're already back in it. So yeah. Prizes next. Let's reiterate. We are going to be having a free skin coming out of the winner's choice. I don't know if Dr. is going to make it because he didn't play today. It's Canada Day. But Leader is going to get a skin of his choice. Jess is going to get a skin of his choice. Mr. Manager is going to get a skin of his choice. And what do we have as the grand prize going on, Devmon?
The grand prize is actually quite a lot. So it's I think it was more than 100 games and codes worth over $3,000 on Steam, and there's some really nice Bad Rat games. I mean, there's some really nice games in there. And if you people are still free and available to donate to the pool. So thanks first of all to Rado for donating that, and to everyone else contributing to that. And feel free to throw a few things in the pot through donations. So that'll be the grand prize, and that's still going on.
Dude, so I really appreciate it if you can do it again. If you guys can and donate, it'd be super appreciated and super cool of you. And you get your name plastered over on every single stream, so that's cool. So another thing to talk about, the Awesome Not Scrim Show. The Scrim Show is a production that I run every other week, and it's your home of sanctioned scrims, another place they get points during the tournament. And that we've been casting all the sanctioned scrims there. We made it weekly for the current tournament, and normally it airs every Monday night. But I want to announce to everyone that tomorrow we are not having a scrim show because it's 4th of July in America. So
I'm Canadian, but enjoy your 4th of July. I had my Canada Day back on Friday.
I might be able to do it this upcoming Friday, but I'm not 100% about that. I need to find out some stuff. So yeah. That's I'll keep y'all posted, I guess. You can join the Awesome Not Scrim Show Steam group for more information regarding that. Okay, so do we have any more announcements?
Yes, we do.
Forgetting something? Okay, I am.
Well, I guess
forgetting
we're on to
something. What is it?
Last but not least, we need to do some thank yous.
Oh yeah.
So first and foremost, thank you to all of you for watching, because I mean this is the whole point of the show. People watch you play Awesomenauts, and it's a good time. Secondly, thanks to everyone who participated in today's tournament and the weekly tournament for the day. Especially thanks to American Mojo and Get Juked for that incredible finale. The last 3 games were awesome.
Indeed, and thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you to Runabout Games for sponsoring us with all the social media promotion that they give us, with all the skins that they're willing to provide for it. And all your skins today and the giveaways came from Runabout Games. Big shout out to them. They are one of the best developers when it comes to interacting with their community. Devlin, thanks for you for casting with me. It's always a great pleasure to cast with you. Thanks for Edster casting earlier. Trying to think. Thanks to our chat moderators, keeping everyone in line, making sure no one crosses those red lines or spoils or anything. Thank you to Pasha for the amazing graphics work. Thank you for Skinner for the great video editing.
Skinner, oh my goodness, Skinner puts in a ton of work for this tournament and all the other tournaments he's been involved with. He's awesome. And Tempest for hosting the whole thing, and also participating, I suppose, because three of the 4 people involved here were, I guess, participating in the games.
Yeah, really works out. It keeps everyone enthralled, I guess, and invested. You know what I mean? So, and by the way, guys, if any of you guys are good casters, or think you would like to be, and would at least like to try your hand, we are kind of on a shortage for casters, and definitely the more that people that kind of can step up and volunteer helps out greatly. Just, if anyone's willing to do that, you guys can holler at Tempest or holler at me or whoever. We'll get you in touch with the right people. So just something to keep in mind. And I don't think we have anything else, do we?
I just want to say thank you to that guy in chat. No reasons, just thank you to him. And
you know who you are.
Yeah, well, literally that guy, if he's still here.
I gotcha.
I think that covers everything. So
right,
we are good
don't
to
forget,
close.
We have another giveaway coming out right now in the chat in just a moment, so keep an eye out for that.
So win a prize and then use hashtag rig to rig the next prize.
Dude.
Other than that, thank you very much for watching, everyone. I'm going to eat honey garlic meatballs for lunch. How about you, Pillow? What are you eating?
I don't know. I need to decide that. Where are you taking me out to eat?
Well, I mean, like, go to a fancy restaurant.
I knew you were a fancy person, so that works.
Oui. Oh, die.
All right.
You still on money bags.
I'll see you guys next week. Peace out, y'all.
Take care, everyone.
You can always come home. 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 Slept the way through the door. Everybody knew we were not used, stuck between rooms and the floor. I'm a fool, my sanity's consumed, nothing left for me to do. See you on the other side. Stepped away through the door, following your footsteps like a little child.